dzwonek poproszę. Tak, prawda.
Pierwszej prezentacji. Ścigam do godziny tam, nie wiem, wiesz.
Z pierwszej sesji.
Specjalnie podejrzewam, że
Tak, jest moją tam postawę, nie? I pewnie 25 albo...
bo chodzi o to, że na transmisji inaczej nie jesteście centralnie z tymi mikrofonami. Nie bardzo tutaj.
Nie, w związku z tym jest... Kogoś tam macie dopisanego porządno. Dwójce. Nie dogadałam się o kluczu głosowania. To jest podział na wybór członków.
Mimo, że jest tam po krajach unijnych, ale wyżej niż I mam jeszcze Finlandię, Minfila. Może być. Minfila też jest chyba do delegation, to nie będzie informacji bardzo. Chociaż nie, on jest Finlandia.
Ale mamy dwójkę?
Druga sesja, tak. Może być po tej
Dobry, kolegialne zarządzanie teraz to się...
Nie ma.
Dzień dobry, przygotowanie. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry bardzo.
Dobra, nie ma. No dobra, to jest tak.
To jest Finlandia.
Dear Mr. Marshall, dear Mr. Chairman Grodzki, dear Mr. Minister Adam Szłapka, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear colleagues. I'm honored to welcome you to Warsaw for the plenary session of the Conference of Parliamentary Committees for Union Affairs of Parliaments of the European Union. I warmly welcome you on behalf of myself and Chairman of the Senate Committee on European Affairs, Senator Tomasz Grodzki. I warmly welcome the committee chairs who are attending the COSAC plenary meeting for the first time. Mrs. Bernadette Geireger from the Austrian Federal Council, Mr. Vincent Blondel from the Belgian Senate, Mr. Jan Schiller from the Czech Senate. In a moment, we will listen to the opening address by the Marshal of the Sejm, Szymon Hołownia. The information about available languages is delivered to your desks as well as displayed on the screen. So now you are able to select a language version on the translation device. During the meeting, the Presidency will provide interpretation into all official languages of the European Union, except for Portuguese, as members of the Portuguese Parliament are not present at the meeting. Now I cordially invite Marshal of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Szymon Hołownia, to take the floor.
Dear Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman, all honorable guests of the COSAC session, welcome in the Polish Parliament, in the Polish Sejm. It's a great pleasure and honor to have you here, and I double-checked with my staff if I should speak in my mother's tongue or in one of the 20-something official languages of European Union. But they told me that we invested so much into this interpretation system that I should speak in Polish just to justify all the efforts we made to deliver all the thoughts, not only of your humble servant here, but of anyone here, to your mother's tongue in your language. So once again, I want to cordially welcome you here in this heart of the Polish democracy, in this heart of the Polish Republic. And let me just take a few minutes of your time showing my perspective as a Marshal of Sejm for our session and for things we will be discussing during these 2 days. Szanowny Panie Ministrze, bo Państwa Przewodniczących już przywitałem.
I have already welcomed Madam and Mr. Chairperson, members of the European Parliament. I'm glad that we can meet today at the end of the Polish presidency in the Council of the European Union and reflect, as we had at the beginning of our presidency during all the meetings we have had throughout the half year. We are glad that we now can reflect at the end of our presidency on what are the lessons learned during the 6 months behind us. These months have been ripe with events that we have organized under Polish presidency, but they have abounded in many changes on the international arena. We have seen events that created new gravitational whirlpools in what we tackle within the European community.
Często odwołuję się w moim życiu i
In
postępowaniu
my
do
life
mądrości
and work,
pokoleń, które były
I
przed
often
nami.
resort to the
Moja świętej
wisdom
pamięci babcia,
and
to jedna z
know-how
moich
of
ulubionych
past
powiedzeń,
generations. My late
zwykła
grandmother
powtarzać, że jeśli coś się
used to
zgubiło
say that
i chce
once
się
you
go
have lost
znaleźć,
something and want to
to
find
trzeba
it,
wrócić do tego
you need to
miejsca,
come back to the
w którym się
place
to ostatni raz widziało.
where you last saw this
Dzisiaj,
thing.
kiedy
And today,
mamy w Europie tyle
when
dyskusji
we have
i
so
wokół
much
Europy
debate
tyle
going on
dyskusji,
in Europe and around
temat
Europe
tego, w którą stronę
on
powinna iść
which
Unia
direction the
Czym
EU
powinna
should
być Unia
take,
Europejska?
what the EU
Jak
should be,
powinna znaleźć się
how
wobec tych dwóch wielkich
it
potem, takich jak Stany
should,
Zjednoczone i Chiny,
what position it should
ale też i w
adopt
całym tym zamieszaniu,
towards
które dzisiaj
the
w tym
great powers of the US
przebiegunowywującym
and
się
China.
świecie,
And what it should do in today's world. We need to come back to the basics. We need to come back to the place where European Union was founded by the founding fathers. I have often referred to this, the simplicity of thought. If
albo w większości
the
między
European
Niemcami a
continent
Francją
was a stage of wars mainly between Germany and France. Let's unite the industries of the two countries so that people who work together won't make war. But the European Union is far more than a promise of peace when it was created. It was a promise of security, peace,
obietnica wolności.
and a promise of liberty,
Była to
freedom.
też obietnica przyszłości.
It was also a promise of the
Dla tych
future
wszystkich, którzy z tego
for
projektu
all
mieli korzystać
who
i
were
wejść w
to
chodzić.
benefit from this
Jeżeli
project.
dzisiaj robimy sobie rachunek
If
sumienia z
today
tego,
we examine our
gdzie
conscience
Unia Europejska dzisiaj
and
jest,
see, reflect on where Europe is
to nie mamy
now and
innych
which direction it should take, we have no
niż te
other
trzy
signpost
podstawowe
rather than
korzyści,
the three
które
basic
legły
core
Unii
benefits
podstaw, które Unia
that
Europejska
founded the European
zaoferowała
Union, that the
swoim
EU
państwom
offered to its
członkowskim,
member
swoim
states
mieszkańcom.
and to its residents.
Bezpieczeństwo,
Security,
wolność
freedom,
i zabezpieczenie przyszłości.
and
Perspektywa
the
na
protection of the future, of the
Jeżeli
perspective
chodzi o
for the
bezpieczeństwo,
future.
wydaje się,
In
że
terms of
zaczynamy
security, it
rozumieć
seems that we are now
tę misję,
beginning to
która dzisiaj
understand the
przed nami
mission
stoi.
we
Bo
have
trzeba
embarked
sobie
on.
powiedzieć jasno, to nie tylko Stany
We need
Zjednoczone
to
doprowadziły do
make it
tego
clear that it's not the
swoim parasolem
US
bezpieczeństwa
that has extended
poprzez
its
NATO.
parasol of
To nie tylko
security
Stany
through
Zjednoczone
NATO.
doprowadziły do tego,
It's
że przez
not only the
kilkadziesiąt
US
lat
that
nie
for the
mieliśmy w
past
Europie
few
wojny.
decades we
To
haven't
również
had
zasługa
a
Unii
war in
Europejskiej.
Europe. It's also
To również
it's also the merit
tego,
of the
że tak, a
European
nie inaczej
Union.
poukładaliśmy nasze wewnętrzne
It's
sprawy.
because
Jeżeli
we
takie
have
poukładaliśmy,
dealt
a
with
wojnę
our
mamy teraz tuż za
in-house
naszą granicą,
issues
to
in a
musimy w
specific
dwójny
way.
sposób
Now
pokazać,
that we have a
że
war
dzisiaj Unia Europejska
behind
nie w
our border,
konkurencji do NATO,
we need
ale
to take
uzupełniając
matters
NATO,
in our own hands,
jest
not
projektem,
as
który ma
a competitor to
przynieść
NATO, but
ludziom mieszkającym w Unii
as
Europejskiej
running parallel to
bezpieczeństwo.
NATO, we are to bring
gadanie o
security to our residents. We cannot talk about security
dlatego
only.
Polska,
We cannot
polska prezydencja,
pay
ale to
lip
też jest
service to the
horyzont,
term.
który
We
wykracza
need
w
to
Polsce
roll up our
poza
sleeves.
zmiany kadencji,
And
zmiany
security
partii u władzy,
is
bo ustawę
bipartisan.
o obronie ojczyzny
The
uchwalaliśmy,
law on the defense
opozycja
of
razem z rządem
the
kilka
homeland
lat temu za zupełnie
was
innego układu
passed
rządzącego w
by the
Polsce.
opposition and the government
To
a few
dlatego
years
dzisiaj
ago
wychodząc
under a totally
na fora
new,
europejskie
under a
mówimy,
totally
jak
different
ważna jest
government.
ta
Today,
wschód,
when
bałtycka
we
linia
speak
obrony. Jak
in
ważne jest to,
Eastern
żebyśmy
forums,
budowali,
we
żebyśmy
speak about
budowali
the
świadomość,
East
że
Shield
wydatki
and
na cele obronne,
the
które
expenses
dzisiaj w
on the
Europie
defense,
ponosimy,
which
nie
we
stanowią rozrzutności. Nie stanowią
need to
wydatków
take in
w tym
Europe.
sensie, w
This is
jakim
not
po prostu
this is
wydaje
not
się pieniądze.
being
To
spendthrift.
jest inwestycja.
This is an
To
investment.
jest inwestycja.
This is
i
an
dlatego słuszny
investment,
jest ten kierunek,
and
żebyśmy szukali nie
it's
tylko
the right
pieniędzy
direction we
na
should take.
wspólne projekty
We
w
not only
obszarze
need to seek
bezpieczeństwa,
money
ale
in
żebyśmy
joint
to tak, jak
projects,
już
in joint
umówiliśmy
security
się,
projects,
szukali dróg,
but we
żeby
need to
wyjąć
find
wydatki
ways
na rzecz
to
bezpieczeństwa ze wszystkich
to
reguł
exempt
ostrożnościowych związanych z
defense
zadłużeniem, związanych z
budget
deficytem, bo my musimy
from
te pieniądze
the overall
wydawać, a
EU
musimy
budget.
je
We need to
wydawać
spend
tak,
the money, and we need to
żeby
spend
rosły nie
it
tylko nasze
so that not
krajowe
only
siły
our
zbrojne, ale też
domestic
żeby rosły nasze
national
gospodarki.
military
Bo jakkolwiek by na to
military
nie
units
patrzeć,
grow,
wiecie,
but
historia
also
nas tego uczy.
to benefit our
Wojna
economies.
zawsze nakręca
History
gospodarkę.
teaches us that war
Zawsze nakręca
inevitably
rozwój.
boosts the
Przygotowania
economy, it
zbrojeniowe
boosts
zawsze są
development.
w stanie
And
uruchomić
military
technologie.
preparations,
Te łączności, technologie
launch
medyczne, technologie
medical,
związane z produkcją, z usługami
teleinformations
w
and
pakiecie.
services.
Nie możemy tego ominąć. Nie możemy,
There is no way
minąć
around
tej
it.
perspektywy, która
This is
dzisiaj
the
jest. Tak, wojna
perspective
nie jest
we
naszą
have today.
zasługą.
War
Wojna
is
jest
not
winą
our
Władimira Putina.
is
My
not
dzisiaj
something we have
musimy
led
przyjąć
to.
wobec
This
nich
is
bardzo
the
jasną i konkretną
we need to
perspektywę.
blame it
My
on
dzisiaj musimy
Vladimir Putin. We need to
uruchomić,
adopt a different
zrestartować
perspective.
Unię
We need to
Europejską
restart the
wydatkami na
EU
nasze bezpieczeństwo.
by
To
expenditure
wzrośnie jej
on our
konkurencyjność,
security,
wzrośnie
and this will ultimately boost competitiveness, and other perspectives we will have in the EU, and the costs of waging a war with Ukraine will not be borne by us. This is the paranoia we only too often succumb to. It was Putin who started the war, and we have adopted we have borne the costs. It is Putin that should bear the costs of the war he himself started. If you set somebody's house on fire, it's not the neighbors who should pitch in to rebuild this neighbor's home. It is the arsonist who should pay for it. We should adopt this perspective in the EU. We share a universal, fundamental community of values. We should hold the arsonist accountable. Today, we wonder whether we use the frozen assets to the extent we should, whether the euro will be a good reserve currency for a country or a dictator. We should reject this line of thinking. If he started the crisis, he should also pay for it. We should use our money and spend it so that nobody will ever think of starting another war, of waging a war in the EU or around the EU, because the EU is to be a stronghold, an indefensible stronghold. We cannot think of European stability and security without NATO, but we should also have a community of values, and one of the basic values is protecting our nearest and dearest, and this is something that unites our nations very strongly. Let's not abdicate from this mechanism. I welcome all the initiatives like Rearm Europe. I welcome all the debates on these topics. However, Europe's security is a call that has been reiterated so many different times. We are talking military, digital security, climate security, energy, and food security. These are all the things that people ask for, and we should rise to the occasion. Another area that the EU promised at the very beginning is freedom, liberty. Dear ladies and gentlemen, how did it happen that the project that was supposed to give us freedom and that was readily associated with freedom is now associated by so many Europeans by something different than liberty? It is connected to some constraining principles. This is a deviation of the idea of the European community as it was initially adopted. Today, within the EU, at the pan-European level, and in all the member states, we should not see Europe as a paternalistic mechanism that tells you how to live. We should invite our residents to co-create change, understanding what they are part of. Today, we not only need to improve our communication within the EU so that we have no further paternalistic attempts that will topple our support for the European community. We need regular deregulation at the pan-European level and at the domestic level, at the national level. In Poland now, we have launched a deregulation offensive, around 100 legislative proposals, which will be adopted within the next few months. We are working on 28 of such draft laws. We need to simplify things. The EU must once again be a space of freedom and liberty. It must be associated by residents with being able to fly, being able to realize their dreams, and this is a great project. And now let's move on to the third value, protection of the future. Today, Europe
i
is
zaplątana w
too
teraźniejszość,
much
że nie jest już projektem,
focused
przynajmniej dla wielu z nas,
on the
opowiada o
past. It
przyszłość.
needs to be a
Co
project
więcej,
that
mamy już
gives
dzisiaj na
you
scenie takie
a
pokolenie, które nie
direction for the
wyobraża
future.
sobie
Today,
świata bez
we are
Unii
faced with a
Europejskiej, bez
generation
strefy Schengen,
who
bez tych wszystkich
cannot really
wolności,
imagine
które już nie jest
Europe
coś, o co oni
without the
walczą.
Schengen
To jest
zone.
coś, co
This is
zastali, co
something that
mają.
these young people no longer
A więc tym
fight for.
bardziej
This
musimy
is
im
a
opowiedzieć, że w
given
przyszłości
for them, and
jesteśmy.
that's why
I gdzie
we
jest
need
do
to
tego
show to
droga?
them that we are part of
Oczywiście
the
droga
future.
jest
Now, the
do
road
tego
to the
bardzo
future
prosta.
is very simple. We need to strengthen competitiveness.
Dragiego każdy z
The
was
Draghi
czytał i
report
każdy z was
has
zna
been
na
read
pamięć.
by every single one of you,
Każdy z was wie, że
and
mamy
you
do
know it by
czynienia w
heart.
Stanach Zjednoczonych
And
czy w
we
Chinach
know
z
that in the
przywódcami,
US or
którzy biorą
China,
długopis, czasami
we
grubszy,
deal
czasami
with
cieńszy,
leaders
jednym
who,
ruchem albo jednym tweetem
at a
sprawiają,
stroke of
że
a
się świat
pen
kręci w drugą
or
stronę. A u nas
by
są w
one
większości,
tweet make
kwalifikowane
the world stand on
mniejszości
its head.
blokujące,
And we have blocking
półtora roku
minorities,
dyskusji i może po
qualified
2
majorities,
latach jakaś
and
konkluzja, którą da
maybe
się
after 2
wykomunikować.
years we will be able to
My nie
come
możemy
up
w
with
ten
certain
sposób.
conclusions. We cannot
Ja nie mówię, że w
proceed
tym
in
momencie
this way. I'm
z tego
not
COSAC-u
saying
powinien wyjść z
that
tej konferencji projekt
this
od razu reformy
conference
traktatu.
should
Ale
draft
mówię przede wszystkim o zmianie
an
mentalności.
amendment of the treaties,
musimy
but
przejść do
I'm calling
ofensywy.
for a change of
My,
a
skoro mamy
mindset.
droższą
We need
energię
to
niż mają
be on
Stany
the
Zjednoczone, niż
offensive.
mają Chiny. Skoro daliśmy się wyprzedzić,
Since
jeśli chodzi o
we are,
produkcję
we have been
wszystkich
beaten
rzeczy
to the
potrzebnych
draw
do produkcji
when it
sztucznej
comes to the
inteligencji.
production
To super,
of
że robimy takie
all
projekty, jak
elements
teraz
of
ten
AI.
projekt
It's
Piast,
great that
czy
we
5
have the
innych
Piast
projektów w ramach Unii
AI
Europejskiej,
project and 5
dofinansowywanych
other
fabryk
projects within the
sztucznej
EU,
inteligencji,
the
rozsianych
co-financing
po całej
factories
Europie.
of
Ale my
AI
musimy mieć
scattered
ich setki.
across Europe. But we
musimy mieć ich
cannot
setki.
stop at
A
this
żeby mieć
point.
ich
We
setki,
should
musimy
have
mieć
hundreds
tanią,
of such
dostępną
factories.
zieloną
In
energię.
order to do
Bo
that, we
nowe
need to
technologie
have
pożerają olbrzymie
accessible
ilości energii,
green energy, because
która
new
musi
technologies
dzisiaj być
are
tańsza
very
w
energy
Europie, niż jest na naszej konkurencji, mówię o
consume a lot of
globalnym
energy.
rynku, z lewej czy z prawej strony.
Talking
jest
about the
dzisiaj
global markets
potężne
on the left
wyzwanie,
and on the right. This is
które
a
przed
huge
nami
challenge
stoi,
we are
jeżeli
faced with
chcemy
now.
nadal
If
być i
we
pokazywać
want
się
to
ludziom
continue
jako
to
coś,
be
jako
and to
organizacja,
be
jako
seen
wspólnota,
as an
która jest
organization and as a
wspólnotą
community,
bezpieczeństwa,
which is a
jest
community of
wspólnotą
security
dobrobytu, ale
and
jest też
prosperity,
wspólnotą
but also
marzeń
a
naszych
community
dzieci.
of the dreams of
Ja
our
osobiście
children.
poszedłem do polityki
Personally,
tylko z tego jednego
I
powodu.
embarked
Popularność
on
miałem wcześniej,
politics for this one reason. I was popular before, I had peace and quiet before, and I had money before, but why I embarked on politics? Just to try to change for the better the future of our children.
Jeżeli my nie mamy
And
być
if
tymi,
we are not
którzy będą zwijali
to
w
be
przyszłym
the
pokoleniu,
ones
albo
who
jeszcze
in the
za
next
naszego
generation
życia
or even
sztandar Unii
within our
Europejskiej,
lifetime
to musimy
will
przekazać
roll down the
małe
flag, the standard of the
naszym
European
dzieciom.
Union.
One
We
muszą,
need
tak jak my,
to
być
be
przekonani, że
an
projekt
element in the
europejski
relay
ma
race
sens,
to
bo
our
inaczej
kids, and
nie
we have to be
wydecydują.
certain ourselves
Inaczej
that the
będą
European
sabotować.
project makes sense.
Inaczej wybiorą coś
Otherwise, our
innego.
kids will choose
A
something
dobrze
else.
Państwo wiecie,
And you know
że dzisiaj na tym
good and
rynku, na
well
którym jest
that
tyle
today
ofert,
on the
wchodzi
market
się i wybiera
that
to,
has
co
so many
człowiekowi, to,
on
co
offer,
społeczności,
you
to, co
pick and
jakiejś grupie po
choose
prostu pasuje.
what
Mamy
you
dużo
want.
krótsze horyzonty.
We
Mamy
have
krótszy
far shorter
attention span.
horizons
Musimy
and attention
podejmować dużo
spans.
więcej decyzji
We
w
need to
krótkim,
take
krótkim
far more
czasie.
decisions within a
Dlatego my
shorter
dzisiaj musimy
time
zadbać o
period.
to, żeby ta
And we need
mentalność
today
europejska
to make sure that the
zreplikowała się w
European
następnych
mentality
pokoleniach.
is replicated
My dzisiaj
in the
próbujemy
posterity.
zarządzać setkami
Today we
kryzysów
try
różnego
to
rodzaju, ale przede
manage
wszystkim
hundreds
mam
of
wrażenie, że my w
crises
Europie tracimy
of all
wiarę w samych
sorts,
siebie.
but I do believe
Że
that we are
my
now losing
przeszliśmy
faith
już dobrowolnie.
in ourselves, that we
Mówię
have
o tej
ourselves,
europejskiej rodzinie,
I'm talking about
do
the European
pozycji
family, we have ourselves
obronnej,
adopted
zamiast
a defensive
proaktywnej.
position
Zamiast
instead of
nie
a
umiemy
proactive
uwierzyć
one.
w Europę.
We cannot
I europejską
really
ideę, nie umiemy oczarować,
attract
nie umiemy
others
zachwycić,
and
bronimy się, bo
beguile
nas
others
atakują,
to the
ale nie
European
potrafimy
project.
być,
We are under
przepraszam, użyję
attack,
tego
but
słowa,
we
sexy.
cannot be sexy.
Europa przestaje
Sorry,
być sexy.
pardon my French. Europe
Przestaje mieć ten glamour, który
stops to
pociągał
be sexy.
pokolenia
It
przed
stops
nami, który
to
mówił,
have
zobacz,
the
nie da się tego
glamour,
zrobić
the
inaczej.
glamour that's
Wiecie, gdzie jest podstawowy
made
problem w
Europe
mojej
an attractive
ocenie?
project in the
I na
past. To my mind,
poziomach
the
krajowych i na
basic
poziomie międzynarodowym, bo nie w
issue
ludziach. Ludzie mają,
at the
czytam
national
Eurobarometr, poparcie
and
Europejczyków dla
pan-European
wspólnej
level,
polityki obrony i
I am
bezpieczeństwa
reading the
81%.
Eurobarometer.
W-
The support for the EU
Robimy
policy
oczywiście
is
rearm, robimy
81%.
te wszystkie rzeczy, które
We are
powinniśmy
actively
robić.
involved in
Czy nakładać
rearm and
sankcje
all
gospodarcze
kinds
na
of
rosyjski rząd, firmy
other
i osoby fizyczne
projects.
zaangażowane w wojnę na
Whether
Ukrainie?
we should impose
72%
sanctions on the
naszych
Russian
społeczeństw
government,
Europejczyków
companies
mówi tak.
and natural persons engaged in the war in Ukraine. 72% of Europeans support such actions.
mówi tak.
Do we need financial and
Ludzie
humanitarian
naprawdę
support
wiedzą,
of
co się
Ukraine?
dzieje. Ale wiedzą
76%
też,
of
że jak mówił
Europeans
Nelson
are
Mandela,
for it.
cisza
But we also
wymuszona
know, as
strachem
Nelson
nie jest
Mandela
wielkim
used to
pokojem.
say,
To naprawdę
silence
tak nie
which is enforced
My
by
dzisiaj
fear is not
musimy
peace.
przejść do
Today,
ofensywy.
we need to
I
be on
idąc do
the
tej
offensive.
Musimy
And
pamiętać,
when
zrozumieć,
doing so, we
że
need
nie
to
ma już dzisiaj
understand
świata. I to
that
widzicie w
today's
swoich
world,
krajach, tak
and you
samo jak
see
ja widzę u
this
siebie, ale
just
też
as well as I
widzimy
see it
na
in
takim poziomie
Poland,
globalnej wioski,
but we
globalnego
also see it
town
at the level of the global
że
town hall
dzisiaj nie ma
and
już
the global
podziału
village,
lewica,
that today we are no longer
Dzisiaj jest
divided
podział
into the
elity
left
lud.
and the right.
To
We are
jest
now
ten podział,
divided
który
between the
dzisiaj
elites and the
definiuje
people.
wybory w
And
bardzo wielu
this is the
miejscach
division
się
that
dokonują.
defines elections
I dzisiaj,
taking
jeżeli
place
Unia
all
Europejska
over the world.
ma
And if
zrestartować,
today the
ma
European
pójść do
Union
przodu,
is
a
to be
powinna,
restarted and
powinna
move
bez dwóch
forward,
zdań, bo jest
and this is
fantastycznym,
the
wspaniałym,
position we should
aktualnym
adopt
który ma przed
because
sobą
it's a
przyszłość.
current, relevant
To będąc
project that
w
has a
środku tego
future,
kryzysu, w którym
being in
jest,
the
i
middle of
za
the
słowami
crisis,
Winstona Churchilla,
following
nigdy nie
Winston
zmarnuj
Churchill,
dobrego kryzysu.
never
Powinna
waste a
pamiętać,
good
że jej miejsce
crisis.
jest z
We
ludźmi
should
w Europie,
remember that
z
our position, that
Europejczykami,
our place is
a nie
with
z tymi
the
czy
residents
innymi
of Europe,
europejskimi
with our people,
elitami
and
na
not
tym
with
czy innym krajowym czy
European elites
międzynarodowym poziomie.
at the
Unia
national or
Europejska
the international
znowu
level.
musi być
The EU
projektem
once again
Europejczyków,
needs to
a
be
nie
a
eurokratów.
project of Europeans
To są
rather than
dzisiaj wyzwania,
bureaucrats. And these
które
are the
jeżeli
challenges
umiejętnie
that,
zaadresujemy,
provided we address them
umiejętnie na nie
correctly
odpowiemy,
and provided
to mamy
we
szansę
respond to them
przetrwać te
correctly,
trzęsienia
that
ziemi,
we will weather the
które,
storm
dzisiaj,
and the
których
earthquake
dzisiaj doświadczamy.
that
Silne
we
przywództwo
can experience right now.
specyficzne
Strong,
miejscami w Stanach Zjednoczonych
powerful
nie jest
leadership in the
zagrożeniem
US
dla
is
Europy.
not a threat
Jest
to
dla Europy
Europe.
szansą
It is a
na
chance,
to,
an
żeby w
opportunity,
konfrontacji,
so
twardej
that when
konfrontacji
we are
wywalczyć to, co
confronted
dla niej ważne, ale
with
też
our
opowiedzieć
American
siebie na
allies,
nowo.
we
Ta
can
sytuacja,
redefine
którą
ourselves
mamy na
and
globalnym rynku,
win
na globalnym
in the
rynku
long run. The
konfliktów
situation of the
starć
global
między Stanami,
market of
Chinami,
conflict
między północą, południem,
between the
to też
US,
jest
China,
paradoksalnie
the North
szansa
and the
dla
South.
Europy,
Paradoxically,
żeby
this
opowiedzieć
is an
się, żeby się na
opportunity
nowo
for Europe
zdefiniować.
to redefine
Przecież wiecie
ourselves.
dobrze,
You know good and well.
ja pamiętam, co się
And
jeszcze z lekcji
I
biologii.
do remember my biology
Rzecz, którą
lessons.
pamiętam
One
na
thing
pewno,
that I
to
do
to,
remember for
że
sure
jak pierwsza
is that
bakteria
when the first
postanowiła
bacterium decided
wyjść na świat i stwierdzić, że będzie żyła,
to make it in the world
wprowadziła
and
swoje autonomiczne
to
życie,
live, to be
stając
to
się
lead an
nowym
autonomous
bytem,
life
to nie
as a
odbywało
new
się to tylko w
as
ten
a new
sposób, że
being.
wiedziała, kim się
It was
staje.
not
Ale
that
przez
the bacteria
wytyczenie
knew
granic
what it was, but by
musiała też zdefiniować,
defining
kim
or
nie jest.
defining the borders,
Dzisiaj
the
Unia
limits, it had to
Europejska musi
redefine
bardzo
what
jasno i
it is
precyzyjnie
not.
powiedzieć
Today
sobie,
the
kim jest,
EU needs
ale
to
też
very
bardzo jasno
precisely
i wyraźnie
determine
sobie
what it
powiedzieć,
is,
kim nie jest.
what it
wartości
is,
nie
but
są
also what it is
Jakie
not.
wartości
What
odrzucamy.
values are
Kim
rejected by
jesteśmy, bo
us.
wytyczyliśmy granice, a kim
We
nie.
know
To też
what
jest
we are
strasznie
because
ważne.
we have
Bo ludzie
we have
dzisiaj
set
chcą
our
takich
limits and
konkretnych
borders,
odpowiedzi.
but
Ludzie chcą
also
wiedzieć, gdzie
the
się
people
zapisać,
want to
co
know
czytamy.
where to
Dzisiaj, jeżeli
go.
mamy sprawić,
Here and there today, if we are
Unia
to
Europejska
make the
stała się
EU
dla naszych dzieci, dla tych,
for
którzy
our
przechodzą
children,
po pałeczkach,
for
przecież
those
wszyscy
who
jako
will
parlamentarzyści wiemy,
come
że jesteśmy tu na
after
końcu.
us, and we know as
uczestniczymy w
parliamentarians, we
Dzisiaj
know that
jesteśmy tu,
we take part in the relay
za
race of
rok,
generations.
dwa, parę lat
We are
będziemy
here
innym miejscu i ktoś inny
today,
zajmie
and
nasze
in a
miejsce.
year, 2 years from
Ale jeżeli
now,
na
somebody
naszym
else
akcie
will
mamy doprowadzić do tego, że
stand in
następna
our
władza
place. But
przejmie
if on our
poczucie
watch
odpowiedzialności i
we are
bezpieczeństwa,
to
europejski projekt,
responsibly
który zapewnił,
hand
że się
over
sprawdzi
the European project
przez tyle lat
to the
i ma
next
szansę sprawdzać
generations,
się dalej,
and
musimy
this
mieć
European
świadomość tych
project
trzech
will have a
podstawowych
chance
rozwiązań. Wrócić do tego.
to be
Unia
viable in
Europejska
the
musi
future. We
zacząć
need to come
kojarzyć
back to
się
our
ludziom z
roots, and the
bezpieczeństwem.
EU needs to be
własnym
associated
fizycznym
with
bezpieczeństwem.
physical
Ale
security
też,
of the
uwaga,
residents,
to
but
bardzo
also,
ważne,
and this is an important thing I'd like to
bezpieczeństwo
stress, progress, it's also a security of values that laid the groundwork for the European Union. At a time of unrest, at this volatile position, people cling to indispensable values, to the core values. I'm not talking in terms of religious beliefs. I'm talking about mutual caring and sharing, about respect, the community of values, expressed not through words but through deeds. Liberty. The EU must be seen by its residents as not as red tape and limiting their capacity, but with liberty. And the future, I would like to be able to say that after we have done what we have, the future of my kids will be rooted safely and securely in the European community, that I will be able to tell my kids that the European Union, the European community, is the best possible place for them to feel safe, to fulfill their dreams, to build their networks, and to become what they want to be. If we win the 3 battles, we will win the war. But we need to know about this at the national level and in the bodies of the European Union, and we will fare well. I am certain that if we have weathered the storms, and we talked about this yesterday with my colleague, President of the Belgian Senate yesterday, if we have survived the gigantic poly crisis that had 5 sub-crises, like the COVID pandemic, the war in Ukraine. One of such crises was able in the past to topple the world for generations, for decades to come. And we had 5 such crises within the last 5 years. It's quite natural that the whole world is trembling. And it's pretty normal. Let's see what happens in the heads of our kids. They are traumatized, they're hurt by what has happened. Look at the bank accounts of our residents. The costs of living have risen. I have recently been to Finland. There are many kids there who have doctor's certificates testifying to all kinds of deficiencies that they have been diagnosed with. We have lost also a number of our loved ones. We have our safe foundations have shaken, but now our responsibility is to overcome the old methods that we used to employ to solve European disputes. If we move boldly forward, overcoming the left-right divisions, knowing that we need to be together with the people, you will see that this project really has a future. Europe has a future, and our friendship and collaboration has a future. And that's why I'm so glad I was able to host you today in the Polish Parliament. And we have so many options here. We dispute on a daily basis, sometimes in a very vehement manner, but I also know that when we dispute, it's not because we fight against each other, but we fight for the benefit of our kids. May Europe be something we will hand over to our kids. Let's believe in ourselves.
I wouldn't be myself if I would not end with this phrase I like so much, and yesterday I gave you the sample of my deepest dedication to this very phrase, especially in this international context. Don't make Europe great again, because Europe is already great. I wszystko jest teraz w naszych rękach. Dziękuję wam bardzo.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie marszałku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. Owing to your tight agenda, you will have to leave us soon, but thank you very much for your presence and for the opening address at our conference, the most important parliamentary conference of the European Affairs Committees. As I looked at the room, I can see that interpretation is going really well. Thank you to the interpreters. We're being interpreted into 23 languages, just to be
Szanowni
precise.
Państwo, drogie koleżanki i
Ladies
koledzy,
and gentlemen,
Europa stoi
dear
przed
colleagues,
wyzwaniami, które
Europe is
przypominają
facing
nam,
challenges
jak krucha potrafi
which
być
remind us
stabilność.
how
Byliśmy
fragile stability
świadkami
can be.
bolesnej przeszłości,
We have
wojen
witnessed
i
a painful
podziałów.
past
Widzimy,
of
jak
wars
wojna
and
toczy się
divisions.
w
We
Ukrainie.
see the war being
Europa
waged in
zna cenę
Ukraine. Europe
współpracy,
knows
braku
the
współpracy
price
i braku
for
bezpieczeństwa.
absence of
Z tej
cooperation and lack of
wiedzy i
security.
bolesnych doświadczeń wywodzi
From
się
this knowledge and these
wielki
painful
europejski projekt, jakim jest
experiences
Unia
stems
Europejska.
the great
Nasza
European
szansa na
project
to,
that is the
aby
European
napisać
Union.
wspólną
It is
historię,
our opportunity
historię pokoju
to write a
dobrobytu.
completely different history
Unia
together,
Europejska
a history
powstała
of
nie
peace
tylko z
and
powodów
prosperity.
gospodarczych, ale przede
The European
wszystkim
Union
ze
stems not
społecznej
only
potrzeby
from
pokoju
economic
i
reasons,
bezpieczeństwa.
but from
Dziś
the
musimy
social
to
need for
przypomnieć.
peace and safety.
Nasza siła
Let us
leży w jedności.
reiterate that. Our
Żaden
strength
kraj
lies in
europejski
unity.
nie poradzi
No
sobie sam
European state
wobec
is capable
globalnych
of
wyzwań
coping with global
związanych z
challenges
bezpieczeństwem,
connected with
brakiem stabilności
security, the lack
gospodarczej,
of economic stability,
migracjami, szerzącą się
migrations,
dezinformacją
spreading
i
disinformation
cyberatakami.
and cyber attacks.
Potrzebujemy
No
w tym
country can
zakresie
do it on
wspólnych
its
działań.
own. We
Potrzebujemy
need joint actions
siebie
in this
nawzajem.
respect. We need
Musimy
one
także
another.
zdać sobie sprawę,
We
że
must also
nasza
understand
przyszłość leży
that the
w naszych
future
rękach.
is in our
Zależy w
hands.
największej mierze od
Our
działań,
future depends
które
on
podejmiemy
the
tu
actions
i teraz.
that we will take here and
Tym
now.
wyzwaniom związanym z
These
wielowymiarowym
challenges
bezpieczeństwem
related
poświęcona jest
to multidimensional
prezydencja polska w Radzie
security
Unii Europejskiej. Priorytety
are the
prezydencji
priority of
mają
the
także
Polish presidency
swoje
of the EU
odzwierciedlenie w
Council.
wymiarze
These
parlamentarnym,
priorities
a
are
polski Sejm i
reflected by
Senat
the parliamentary
podjęły
dimension
wiele
of
z
the
nich
presidency.
na
The
arenie
Polish
europejskiej.
Sejm and
W ramach
Senate
Europejskiego
have
Tygodnia
taken up these
Parlamentarnego
priorities on the
Wspólnej Kontroli
European
Parlamentarnej
arena.
Europol,
As
konferencji
part
do
of the
spraw
European
wspólnej
Parliamentary
polityki
Week, the Europol
zagranicznej i
Joint Parliamentary
bezpieczeństwa
Scrutiny
oraz
Group,
wspólnej
the
polityki
Conference on the
bezpieczeństwa i
Common
obrony,
Foreign and Security Policy,
prezydencyjnych
and the
spotkaniach
Common
Komisji
Security and
Branżowych
Defense
poświęconych
Policy, as well as
zdrowiu oraz
presidential
polityce
meetings of
klimatycznej i
sectoral
energii.
committees on health,
Wielu z
climate and
Państwa
energy
aktywnie
policies.
uczestniczyło w tych
A lot of
wydarzeniach,
you
w
have actively
dyskusjach,
participated in
wymianach
these
poglądów
events, in the
i za to
discussions, in an
wszystko
exchange of views and
bardzo
opinions.
Państwu
Ladies and
dziękuję.
gentlemen, thank you for
I
your
jest to też dowód
participation
na
and
to, że
activity.
mimo różnic,
This
tak jak
also
mówił pan
stands as
marszałek,
proof
mimo tego,
that
że
despite
jesteśmy
the
z różnych grup
differences, as
politycznych, z
mentioned
różnych
by the
części
Marshal,
Europy,
although we
chcemy
represent
i
different
możemy
political
wypracować wspólne stanowisko
factions,
i
different
też
political
temu
groups,
służy
we are
spotkanie
capable of
plenarne
working out
COSAC,
a
które
joint
dzisiaj
European position.
rozpoczynamy i które
The
jest
plenary session of
naszej
COSAC
pracy w ramach
serves
prezydencji w
this
wymiarze
end. It is the crowning achievement of our parliamentary activities taken as part of the Polish presidency. I hope that today's meeting held here in Warsaw today and tomorrow will serve as an occasion for conversations and exchanges that will bring us together. We know each other personally. We work together and meet at different fora. I have no doubt that we leave every meeting with a sense that these meetings make sense, that they're valuable. And we come back to our countries enriched by the exchange of opinions, by new experiences, which is simply invaluable. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity of giving you this opening address, and I now hand over to Senator Tomasz Grodzki.
Szanowni Państwo, drogie koleżanki,
Ladies and
drodzy
gentlemen,
koledzy,
dear colleagues,
witamy Was z ogromną radością w Warszawie
we
podczas
warmly welcome you
43.
at the
posiedzenia
43rd
plenarnego COSAC.
plenary session
To
of
dla nas
COSAC.
ogromny zaszczyt
To
i
us,
przywilej
this is a great
gościć
honor
tak wielu
and a
znamienitych
privilege
przedstawicieli
to
parlamentów
host so
narodowych,
many eminent
Parlamentu
representatives of
Europejskiego oraz
national
ekspertów z
parliaments,
całej
the
Unii.
European Parliament,
Państwa
and
obecność jest
experts from
wyrazem
all
naszego
over the European
wspólnego
Union.
pragnienia i i naszego wspólnego zaangażowania w
Ladies
sprawę
and gentlemen, you all
silnej,
contribute to
zjednoczonej
our
i
desire and
odpowiedzialnej,
commitment to a
która
united,
dzięki
responsible and
projektowi
strong
Unii
Europe,
Europejskiej
which thanks to the
zapewnia
European
pokój na tym
Union project
kontynencie
can
od
ensure
tylu lat.
peace in the continent and has been doing so for so many years. This meeting has a special dimension. It is held at the end of Poland's presidency of the EU Council. It is a time for reflection, for sum-ups, for looking to the future as well. We chaired the Council of the EU at a time which ushered in new challenges for Europe, new difficulties, as the Marshal in his opening address listed. We are proud that Poland could play a role in strengthening unity, boosting competitiveness, security, and tightening relations between the institutions of EU member states. We also take pride in protecting the values that bind us together. Today's conference serves as a platform for exchanging opinions, but also discussing the future directions of our community. In the first session, we will look at the priorities of the Polish presidency. We will see what we succeeded in achieving, what should be followed up on by further presidencies. We will look to the future in session 2. We will look at the new institutional cycle and the challenges facing the EU. We will also discuss finance.
z przysłowiem, że światem rządzą księgowi.
There is a saying that accountants rule the world, so therefore we will look at money issues. We will try to discuss how we can respond to the needs of European citizens and respond to crises. We will also look at the enlargement policy, which is a major tool for the stabilization and integration of the European continent. We don't want anyone else to fill in the vacuum which emerges when enlargement processes are prolonged and subject to excessive bureaucracy. We will also discuss digital affairs, disinformation, and issues which shape our political debate and influence the state of our democracy. I believe in COSAC as a unique forum for parliamentary exchanges and discussions. I am certain that together we can work out valuable conclusions and understand the shared responsibility we have for our community. Only together can we build a resilient, just, happy, and actionable Europe. I wish fruitful discussions and a pleasant stay in Warsaw. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, let us move on to procedural matters. I wish to inform you that yesterday we held a meeting of the Presidential Troika of COSAC, where we approved the agenda of the plenary session of COSAC. The draft agenda has been consulted and its final version has been sent to delegations on the 5th of June and uploaded to the IPEX website. For security reasons, not all information is available on IPEX. If anyone needs information that is not available there on the website, please contact the Secretariat. In line with the agenda approved yesterday by the Troika, the program presented by Chair Grodzki. Let me ask if there are any comments, any reservations to the agenda or the draft contributions which you have received in writing. I don't see any reservations, therefore I approve the agenda of the COSAC plenary session. Let me inform you that the permanent member of the Secretariat, Mr. Jakub Przewal, presented us yesterday with the main points of the 43rd biannual COSAC report. In a moment, we will be presented with the details of the report. We also received the results of consultations on the co-funding of the permanent member of the COSAC Secretariat let me inform you that the Polish presidency, in line with the rules of procedure, conducted consultations with parliaments and all parliamentary chambers on renewing the co-financing of the permanent member of the COSAC Secretariat, starting from the 1st of January 2026 to the end of December 2027. We are pleased to note that all 39 national parliaments out of the 39 national parliaments renewed their commitment to co-fund the permanent member over the two-year period. The Troika also discussed amendments to the draft conclusions and contribution of COSAC. The documents adopted by the Troika have been provided to you in electronic form. They are available in hard copy in the hall of the Sejm. Today, until noon, until 12, you can submit amendments or comments on the amendments to the draft conclusions and contributions. Please keep to this timeline so that we can prepare appropriately. When we start the meeting of the chairs at 4:45 p.m., we will agree on the final version of the draft contribution and conclusions. The documents will be adopted in the closing session on the second day of the conference, that is tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, the presidency received letters from Iceland, from the Principality of Andorra, Monaco, the House of Commons of the UK. The Troika responded positively to the possibility of participating in the plenary session. We also received letters from Portugal about the impossibility of the Portuguese delegation to participate in the COSAC plenary session. Also, the chair of the Grand Committee of the Finnish Eduskunta was submitted to the presidency about the reasons why the Finnish delegation cannot participate in the conference. We also received a letter from the chair of the Bulgarian Committee on European Affairs and Oversight of European Funds on the progress of the Republic of North Macedonia in the EU accession process. All letters have been uploaded to the IPEX website. Dear colleagues, in connection with the drafting and publication of the 43rd biannual COSAC report, I would like to hand over to the permanent member of the COSAC Secretariat, Mr. Jakub Szewal. Please present.
Honourable chairs, honourable members, dear colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to brief you today on the content on the 43rd biannual report of COSAC. I would like to start by thanking the Presidency for the smooth cooperation with the COSAC Secretariat in drafting and producing the report, as well as excellent cooperation in general in the run-up to today's meeting. And I would also like to warmly extend and thank my hard-working colleague in this Secretariat. I will not take much of your time. I will concentrate on some of the highlights among the findings of the report. The full report has been sent out to delegations and is available on IPEX. I will start. The chapters of the biannual report, I should mention also, are identical to some of the topics for discussion today and tomorrow. So the first chapter of the report thus deals with the topic of the new institutional cycle and the EU strategic agenda. I should also say this is the third time in a row, so there's a certain continuation that the biannual report deals with similar topics, and it's quite interesting to at least I think so, to follow these questions in the several reports. In this chapter, I should start by saying several questions focused on if and how parliaments have been engaged in shaping their government's input to the Commission priorities and the current legislative term, and if the Commission's political guidelines had been debated. Just to mention a few numbers, 8 of the 36 replied that they had been involved in shaping their government's input to the Commission's priorities, while 13 reported that the Commission's political guidelines had been debated in their parliamental chambers. Parliaments and chambers were also asked to provide thoughts on how they could better contribute to setting the strategic direction of the European Union. A wide range of responses was given, many of which emphasized the need for parliaments to have an increased role in the early stages of European legislation. Similarly, parliaments were asked to share their thoughts on how parliament involvement in the decision-making process on a European level could be enhanced in general. The most frequent request put forward was for better communication regarding legislative proposals. No less than 22 parliaments or chambers also explicitly asked for regular exchanges with commissioners at COSAC meetings and other interparliamentary conferences. And similarly, in another question, parliaments were asked if they thought the Commission and the Council ought to hold a joint debate with the national parliaments on the Commission work programme and the Council's strategic agenda, and 23 respondents thought this was a good idea, 19 of which argued that it should take place during COSAC. There were also some questions regarding how many times commissioners have visited parliaments and chambers. You see that illustrated on the map roughly there, and the replies indicate that there has been a rather wide divergence in the number of visits from commissioners. While 8 parliaments or chambers have been visited by commissioners between 16 and 25 times since 2009. A few had been visited by more than 50, 75, or even 100 times during the same period. The theme of the second chapter of the report was the upcoming multi-annual financial framework for the period 2028 to 2034. It explores how parliaments and chambers have been involved historically in determining the national position regarding the multi-annual financial framework, the MFF, and how they are preparing to be involved in the upcoming negotiations on the MFF. It can be reported here that 27 out of 37 parliaments or chambers were involved in establishing their government's position on the financial framework for the current period, 2021 to 2027. For the upcoming period, 22 indicated that they would be involved this time as well, with an additional 10 indicated that a decision was yet to be made. Further exploring this subject, I can just mention that, as an example, it can be noted that 8 chambers of parliament are already considering organizing debates or conferences with experts, academics, social partners, or representatives from their government on the upcoming MFF. And lastly, the third chapter deals with questions on the topic of cyber resilience and disinformation. The questions here were aimed at gathering best practices on how parliaments have engaged with EU legislation in this area, and to highlight good and concrete examples on the administrative level in the different administrations. I will just give a couple of examples to illustrate the content of the chapter. For example, the joint communication on an action plan against disinformation has been discussed in 16 parliaments or chambers out of 36, while the Digital Services Act has been scrutinized by 27. In this context, it could also be noted that 13 respondents indicated that more coordination on a European level could be beneficial. Lastly, just to mention a few of the concrete measures. There was a broad spectrum of concrete measures taken on administrative level, ranging from the introduction of the post of equivalent to a chief information security officer, to cooperation with government agencies, and trainings and seminars. That's what I wanted to say. The content, it's a preview of the content, and for those interested, I encourage you to explore more detail in the report that has been sent out to delegations. I wish you a fruitful debate, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cheval. Bardzo dziękuję za przygotowanie 43.
Thank you so much for drafting the 43rd biannual report of COSAC. Before we begin with the first session, let me hand out some technical announcements. You can speak from your place. You turn on the mic before you start speaking and turn it off after you have concluded your intervention. Obviously, the time limit will be set after the final list of speakers has been drawn up. You can still add yourself to the list of speakers by filling in the form on the desk. I would like to inform you that coffee and tea will be available throughout the conference outside the plenary room. And now we don't have a break. Let's move on smoothly to the first session. And by way of introduction, I would like to say that Poland took over the presidency of the Council of the European Union at a time of particular uncertainty and geopolitical tensions. We all realize that the European Union today faces numerous challenges, including the direct consequences of the ongoing aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. In this context, the Polish presidency of the EU puts particular emphasis on the need for the Union's unity and openness to cooperation with partners who share European values, especially with countries aspiring to EU membership. Shared responsibility for the future of Europe means also a consistent defense of the core values of the EU: democracy, freedom, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. Therefore, the Polish presidency supports initiatives and actions strengthening European security in its broadest sense, encompassing the external, internal, informational, economic, energy, food, and health-related dimensions. We are deeply convinced that only a comprehensive approach to security will allow the EU to respond to present-day threats and will strengthen its role as a stable and strong actor on the international scene. I would like to reiterate that all the events held by the Polish Sejm and Senate under the Polish presidency were meant to strengthen the dialogue between parliamentarians on matters that are the values promoted by the Polish presidency, and I sincerely hope that our action has been noted. The debates and decisions we have held and the conclusions we have adopted and we will adopt today and this conference that will conclude tomorrow will all strengthen the security, unity, competitiveness of the European Union. Ladies and gents, let's move on to the first session. And the first to be given the floor is Minister Adam Szłapka, Minister for Union Affairs. Minister, the floor is yours.
Bardzo dziękuję, Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani Przewodnicząca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Szanowni Państwo, z ogromną
Ladies
przyjemnością
and
witam
gentlemen,
Państwa
it is my great pleasure to
Warszawie w
welcome
ostatnich
you here in Warsaw
tygodniach polskiej prezydencji w Radzie Unii Europejskiej.
during the last
Myślę,
weeks
że
of
ta dyskusja jest
Poland's
szczególnie
presidency
ważna,
of the EU Council. I
bo
think
to
this discussion
państwo,
is
czy
of
my, tak jak
pivotal
tutaj
importance.
jesteśmy
We
tymi
and you, as
w Unii
we have
Europejskiej, którzy
convened
mają
here,
mandat
belong to the
pochodzący z
European
demokratycznych
Union, and we
wyborów. To
have
jest
been
szczególnie
granted
ważne,
democratic
kiedy się rozmawia o
mandate as a result
naszej
of
przyszłości.
the votes of our citizens.
Polska
This is
prezydencja
especially important in the context
przypadła na
of our future.
szczególny moment
Poland's
dla
presidency
Europy i świata.
falls on a special
Czas
moment for the world and for
zupełnie nowych
Europe,
wyzwań i zagrożeń.
a time of completely
Rozpoczął się czwarty
new
rok
challenges
agresji
and
Rosji
difficulties.
w
The
Ukrainie.
fourth year of the war,
Znaleźliśmy się
of
pod
the
wpływem
aggression
hybrydowych
waged by
ataków.
Russia against
Nielegalną
Ukraine is
migracją na
pending.
wschodniej granicy
We
oraz
have
atakami
been
sabotażu i dywersji.
under attacks of
Globalna konkurencja
on
zaostrza
the
się.
eastern border with Belarus.
Europa nie jest już gospodarczym
Europe
liderem,
is
przestało
not
obowiązywać
an
dotychczasowe
economic
zasady
leader
handlu.
anymore. The
Ale to nie jest czas na
economic and
obawy,
trade order has been
tylko na
overturned.
wykazanie się odpowiedzialności.
This is a time
Unia
to show
Europejska
responsibility. The European Union has been established to face great challenges. The Polish presidency has acted boldly and with responsibility. Its motto was Security Europe. It introduced security into the mainstream of European work for the coming years, not just for the half year which is ending
Krótko
now.
wyniki wdrażania priorytetów
Ladies and
polskiej
gentlemen,
prezydencji w
just a
sierpniu.
quick recap on implementing the Polish presidency priorities in 7 dimensions of security. We had to rethink Europe's external security. That was of greatest importance. At the European Council, our leaders committed themselves to shaping a stronger and Europe with greater defense capabilities. The European Commission presented the white paper on Europe's readiness and the Rearm Europe plan. This plan aims to address the urgent need to mobilize against Russia by mobilizing even 800 billion euros to step up defense. The Council approved the SAFE instrument, Security Action for Europe, under Poland's presidency. This is a breakthrough in defense. 150 billion euros to immediately boost Europe's security. I believe this is a breakthrough and our joint success in financing defense. The Commission proposed greater flexibility in fiscal rules to ensure that defense spending is not taken into account in the excessive deficit procedure. Poland has supported these actions from the very outset. We saw this as additional support in this key defense-related area. We are particularly proud of the fact that, thanks to Poland, the protection of external borders is our joint endeavor. We are building defense infrastructure along our eastern border. The Baltic Defense Line and Shield East are the two main projects here. Our priority is to establish tight relations with the North Atlantic Alliance. We need to curb Russia. We have adopted 2 packages of sanctions. We have expanded these sanctions to cover construction and aluminium industry. We believe that the enlargement of the European Union is the way to expanding the area of stability and peace. We opened 2 negotiation clusters with Albania, the single market, and the competitiveness and growth clusters. We are doing our best to achieve progress in negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova. In our surrounding reality, internal security is of greatest importance. EU citizens have the right to feel safe wherever they reside. The presidency focused on protecting external borders and increasing control over migration flows. The Council has begun work on recent proposals on returns and the concept of safe third countries. In terms of IT security, information security, we focused on resilience, on the democratic fight against disinformation. 25 states supported the conclusions of the presidency on this issue. We wanted to highlight this issue, and we hope this will shape the work on the European Democracy Shield. We increased the level of cybersecurity in Europe. The Council adopted a new cybersecurity plan. It aims to increase coordination in the face of cyber crises at the European level.
widzenia polskiej prezydencji, ale myślę, że
For
całej Unii
the
Europejskiej.
Polish presidency, but also for the EU, I believe,
Czyli przede wszystkim
economic security is of pivotal importance. We need to
pierwsze
ramp
to, co jest
up
dla nas w Unii
competitiveness.
najlepsze, jednolity rynek.
The single market is one of the best things about the EU. We are seriously thinking about strengthening the single market. We want our entrepreneurs to freely engage in cross-border economic activity across the European Union.
Zabija konkurencyjność.
We need to avoid everything that kills competitiveness, that is excessive bureaucracy. The Polish presidency promoted the single market. We reached an agreement on the Declaration on Posted Workers. A public interface for posted workers changes the rules of the game, and we are close to completing these works.
Szanowni Państwo,
Posted employees, posted workers will become more cost efficient for the EU.
Unii Europejskiej. Proste zasady są kluczem dla konkurencji.
Simplification is another priority. Simplifying rules is conducive to competitiveness and economic activity. This is an urgent task of the Council. The Stop the Clock directive has been finalized in just 2 months, just like the SAFE program, one of the fastest programs to be adopted by the EU, I think, since the beginning of its history.
Dzięki niej firmy otrzymały dodatkowy czas
As
na
a
przygotowanie
result,
się do
companies
raportowania
received extra time to prepare for
zrównoważonego
sustainable
rozwoju.
reporting.
Kompromis w sprawie
We
obowiązków
reached a
związanych z
compromise
podatkiem granicznym.
on
Zmiany wyłączają z zakresu
CBAM
tych przepisów aż
tax.
90% importerów.
90% of importers are affected by
Polska
simplification.
prezydencja uprościła też finansowanie
The Polish
inwestycji
presidency
inwestycji.
also simplified investments under the
Szanowni Państwo,
InvestEU program.
Przekonywaliśmy państwa
Ladies and
członkowskie i
gentlemen, we
Komisję o
convinced the
konieczności
EU member
zapewnienia
states
Unii
and the Commission
bezpieczeństwa
of the need
energetycznego,
to provide the Union with energy
rosyjskich
security,
źródeł energii.
with decoupling,
Dzięki
with the
temu,
necessity to decouple
także
from
dzięki temu
Russian
Komisja
energy
Europejska przedstawiła mapę
sources.
drogową
The Commission
ostatecznego
presented a
zakończenia
roadmap
energetycznych
for
więzi z
the
Rosji.
final
Plan
decoupling
wychodzi również naprzeciw
from
obawiom
Russia.
zgłaszanych przez
This plan responds to
Z
the
kolei zapewnienie
concerns
minimalnych poziomów zapewnienia magazynów gazu przed sezonem grzewczym
of
to ważna lekcja
Hungary
zabezpieczenia
and Slovakia.
energetycznego,
Energy
którą państwa
storage,
członkowskie
energy
wyciągnęły z kryzysu
supplies,
energetycznego
and
za
the necessity to secure them is a lesson learned from the energy crisis and from the events of 2022. We reached an agreement at the Council on energy stockpiling until 2027.
jako
At the
najbliższy
same
sąsiad
time, Poland, as the
intensywnie
nearest
współpracowała
neighbor
z Litwą,
of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia have been working hard with these countries to introduce them to continental Europe's energy system. That was the
się od
last step
postsowieckiego, kontrolowanego przez Rosję
to
systemu
cut
energii
ties with the
elektrycznej,
post-Soviet
co nastąpiło
Russian energy system. This took place on the
Natomiast
9th
liczne
of
w
February.
ostatnim czasie
In recent
incydenty o
times,
charakterze hybrydowym
we've
na Morzu
witnessed
Bałtyckim,
numerous hybrid
do
incidents
których
in
także
the
się
Baltic Sea.
odnosiliśmy, są kolejnym dowodem
We've also
na to, że
responded
strategia
to these
bezpieczeństwa
incidents.
energetycznego Unii
This
Europejskiej
stands
z
proof that
2014 nie
the
odpowiada
strategy of
współczesnym
2014
Podjęliśmy się
is not in line with the emerging challenges. Therefore, we have worked on Council conclusions on the
energetycznego Unii Europejskiej.
fundamentals of the energy security strategy for the European Union. In terms of food security, we have focused on the future
Dyskusje o
of the
wizji
common
rolnictwa i
agricultural
żywności w Radzie
policy.
zaowocowały jasnym
Our
komunikatem. Po
discussions
pierwsze, silny dwufilarowy budżet
have paved the
wspólnej
way
polityki
for
rolnej.
a strong
Po drugie, mechanizmy,
communication.
które nie zmuszają, ale zachęcają
We need
rolników do
mechanisms that will
środowiska.
not deter farmers,
Na koniec,
but will encourage them
nie mniej
to
ważne,
take up environment
bezpieczeństwo zdrowotne
protection.
i poprawa dostępu
Health
leków.
security, also an
Pracowaliśmy
important
nad pakietem
area.
farmaceutycznym,
We have
negocjacje
worked
były
on the
niezwykle
pharmaceutical
trudne. Tym
package.
bardziej cieszymy się, że
Negotiations were
kompromisowy
very
tekst został
tough.
przyjmowany przez
That's why
Polskę.
we're happy to have
Został
a
zaakceptowany
compromise
tekst, został
version
przyjmowany przez
that was
Polskę.
adopted. The text was prepared by the Polish
Szanowni
presidency.
Państwo, Unia Europejska to projekt,
Ladies and gentlemen,
który
the
przyniósł
European Union
pokój i
is a
bezprecedensowy
project
wzrost
that
gospodarczy.
has ushered in
To
peace and
rzeczywistość,
unprecedented
o której
economic
marzyły
growth. The
pokolenia
EU is a
Europejczyków,
reality that generations of
która
Europeans
nadal
dreamt
jest
of.
marzeniem dla milionów ludzi
It
na
is
świecie
still the dream of millions of people
i
around
nie
the
jest
world.
dana nam raz na zawsze.
The European
Naszym
Union is
wspólnym
not a
celem
given.
jest wzmocnienie
Our
gotowości
common goal
obronnej
is to
Europy
increase the defense
zdecydowane
capabilities
zjednoczenie
of Europe
we wsparciu dla
and
Ukrainy. Aby to osiągnąć,
to be united in
konieczne
our
jest
support
zapewnienie
for
odpowiedniego
Ukraine.
finansowania obronności.
We need the right
Przewodzimy
financing for
pracą Rady w
defense.
utrzymania ambicji i tempa uproszczeń.
We want to maintain the ambitions and the pace of these actions. The following presidencies must follow up on these actions. We all want to protect this reality. We all want to ensure that Europe is competitive.
Potrzebujemy solidarności
In difficult
i
circumstances, we need solidarity and we need responsibility. We need commitment and we need actions.
Nie mogą nas
The
paraliżować.
challenges we face
Muszą nas
cannot
mobilizować do
paralyze us. They must galvanize us to take action. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie ministrze.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister.
Mamy 33 zgłoszenia
We have
dyskusji.
33
Nazwiska
requests
będą
for the floor. The
wyświetlały
surnames
po
will be
kolei.
presented on
Na
the
zabranie
screens.
głosu jest 1,5 minuty.
You have
Bardzo proszę o
1.5
przestrzeganie tego
minutes
czasu.
to take the floor. Please keep to the time
Jako
limit.
pierwsza głos zabierze pani
I
Brigitte
first
Jerkel,
hand over to
przewodnicząca
Madam
delegacji
Brigitte
duńskiej.
Jerkel, chair of the Danish delegation.
Mange tak, rådsformand. Tak for deres orientering om resultaterne af et meget vellykket polsk EU-formandskab. Den viser, at Danmark og Polen står sammen på mange vigtige områder i EU. Men hvis der er et område, hvor Danmark og Polen står skulder ved skulder i EU, så er det vores holdning til den russiske invasion af Ukraine og den sikkerhedsdagsorden for Europa, som det polske formandskab med stor beslutsomhed måneder. Det er vigtigt, at vi her som europæer står sammen. Vi skal levere det, som Ukraine har brug for i form af både våben, ammunition og finansiel støtte. Ruslands aggressionskrig mod Ukraine er ikke kun Ukraines krig, den er samtidig et anslag mod Europas sikkerhed, frihed og de åbne samfund, som vi kender i dag. Vi må dog ikke midt i krigens kro glemme, at vi også står over for en klimakrise. Europa er også nødt til at tage ansvar her og holde fast i vores ambitiøse klimamål. Ingen andre gør det. Vi skal fjerne bureaukrati i Europa, så vores virksomheder bliver mere konkurrencedygtige i verden, men vi skal samtidig accelerere den grønne omstilling, hvis vi skal leve op til de europæiske klimamål. Vi burde som minimum kunne enes om det europæiske råds ambition om at gøre Europa til det første klimaneutrale kontinent, gøre klimaomstillingen til en succes uden at lade nogen i stikken. Vi lever i en tid, som kalder på stærk sammenhold og fællesskab i Europa for vores sikkerhed og den grønne omstilling. Hvordan ser rådsformanden på at sætte ekstra skub på disse to dagsordner, inden depechen gives videre til det kommende danske formandskab om få uger? Tak for ordet.
Bardzo dziękuję. Ja tylko technicznie wyjaśnię, jak pojawia się na czerwono to oznaczenie czasowe, to znaczy,
You
że
see
już
a
minęło
red
to
light,
1,5 minuty,
that
więc
means
mam
your
prośbę,
1.5 minutes is
to
over.
też wziąć
So please take
pod
that
uwagę.
into account.
Czas jest odliczany od 1,5 minuty do 0.
You have
czyli
1.5
do
minutes and
tyłu.
it is counted
I
down
mogą
to
Państwo siedzieć
zero.
tutaj na tej
Ladies and
sali.
gentlemen, you can
Generalnie, jak
remain
mamy obrady
seated.
Sejmu, można
When
zabrać
we
głos na
hold a
siedząco,
plenary
jak Państwo
session of
zwrócą
the,
uwagę,
of
ten
the
mikrofon
Sejm,
nie
you
jest
can
długi,
remain
więc,
seated.
jak
That
najbardziej
microphone is not
poprawne
very
też
long,
jest
so
zabieranie
I
głosu
encourage
z
you
miejsca
to
i nie ma
remain
potrzeby
seated
wstawać. Oddam teraz
and
głos
stay comfortable. Now I
przewodniczącemu
hand over to the
delegacji
chair of the
węgierskiej,
Hungarian
pan Zoltán
delegation, Mr. Zoltán Teseli.
Tisztelt elnökség, miniszter úr, kedves kollégák! A lengyel elnökségi program prioritásaival
Honorable
kapcsolatosan
Presidency,
néhány fontos
as
témakörre
concerns
szeretnék
the
kitérni.
priorities of the
A
Polish
bővítés
presidency, let
területén
me touch
örömmel
upon
látjuk,
a
hogy
couple of important
nyugat-balkáni
issues.
régióban
First,
a magyar
enlargement.
elnökség alatt
We
elért
are pleased
eredményeket
that
a
the
lengyel
region
elnökség
of the
folytatta,
Western
különös
Balkans,
tekintettel Albániára.
just like during
Fontos,
the
hogy a régió
Hungarian
meghatározó
presidency,
országa,
has
Szerbia
been
esetében is
taken into
hasonlóan
account
járjon el a következő
during the Polish
elnökség.
presidency,
Az EU
especially
bővítésének
Albania.
feltételei
It is
nagyon világosak
important
és
that you pay
egyértelműek.
equal
A
attention to Serbia. Enlargement rules are of great importance. We need individual assessments. When Moldova achieves its goals and Ukraine doesn't, we need to assess the merits of Moldova. The promises made to Ukraine are a threat to the EU and its enlargement. Ladies and gentlemen, during the Hungarian presidency, we had a unanimous decision on preserving a two-pillar common agricultural policy. All member states took this decision. All ministers of agriculture did. It's important that the final declaration of COSAC contains the same decision. Food security and food self-sufficiency cannot be dependent on rule of law. I am pleased that the Troika did not accept the Swedish amendment here. As concerns remaining issues, the Danish presidency is facing important challenges. We need to ensure energy self-sufficiency. It's not just Slovakia and Hungary are interested, but there are also other 8 EU member states that are interested. Now I hand over to Mr. Sven Simon of the European Parliament.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Polish presidency for its bold, forward-looking leadership at a pivotal time. Under the powerful motto, Security Europe, Poland has reminded us that our strength lies in unity, resilience and shared purpose. From reinforcing our collective defense and energy independence to championing Ukraine's future within the European family, you have elevated both courage and responsibility. And in particular, I'd like to thank Minister Schwabka, dear Adam, for being exceptionally active and present in the European Parliament. Your consistent engagement, openness to dialogue when I, for example, think about Article 226 implementing the right of inquiry and commitment to collaboration have been deeply valued. So Poland's presidency has not only navigated complexity with clarity, but inspired action with vision. And when we talk about vision, I think about the words of the Marshal, that we have to speak about the European Union again in a more passionate way. We have to make the EU more sexy. And that, I think, is connected to what the Danish colleague said. Simplification. Legislation in the European Union has the peculiarity that we are consistently creating new rules, but it is almost impossible to repeal or simplify existing regulations or directives. We couldn't agree in our committee, Minister, on treaty change, but I think maybe we should think about a revision of the legislative process in the European Union, and here we need the support of the national parliaments. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję. Teraz Vincent Blondel z Belgii.
Thank you so much, Vincent Blondel, Belgium.
Thank you, Madam President. Since the beginning of its term, Poland has shown very strong leadership in European defense, calling for greater collective awareness of external threats. We welcome the recent European Parliament vote in favor of the European Defense Investment Programme, which marks a significant step forward for the European Union industrial sovereignty in the defense sector. We also note the determination of NATO member countries, 23 of the 27 EU members, to considerably increase the share of GDP allocated to defense spending. The Stockholm International Peace Research Institute publishes regular reports on international arms transfer. In its latest report of March 2025, it states, and I'm quoting here, the USA accounted for 64% of arms import by European NATO states in 2020-2024, a substantially larger share than in 2015-2019, that was 50%. So this reflects a shift in 5 years from roughly half to nearly 2/3 of arms import coming from the USA. Now to my questions. How does the Polish presidency assess the balance to be struck between 3 objectives? 1, increasing defense investment by European countries. Second, ensuring the Union industrial sovereignty in defense matters. And third, the large-scale import of arms from the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now Harris Georgiades from Cyprus.
Harris Georgiades, Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair. I feel a bit uneasy speaking from my seat in the House of Parliament, but I will follow your advice. And actually, I will echo what was said by you, Madam Chairwoman, and by the Minister and other speakers about the need for a much more effective common security and defense policy. Our union can no longer be an economic giant, but a geopolitical dwarf. Our freedom and security depend on this. Rearm Europe should be much more ambitious, especially when it comes to its funding dimension. And let me commend Poland at this point, which has been showing the way through its commitment to significantly higher defense expenditure. But an effective policy on common defense should be tied to a much more credible common foreign policy. And this means that we should work harder to specify common foreign and security policy priorities. Back home, I have been making the argument that security concerns of our central and northern European partners should be our concerns also. That Russian aggression is aggression against all, that threats against one are threats against all. But this should work both ways. Russia is a major threat, but it is not the only threat. And no country which threatens the safety and security of its neighbors can have a place in our common security architecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to Rasa Budbergyte from Lithuania.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, Lithuania congratulates Poland on the results of the presidency, especially on progress in security and defense and the adoption of safe regulation. We are also grateful that the Council conclusions on democratic resilience include elements on European historical memory. We welcome the adoption of the 16th and 17th package of sanctions against Russia, and we stress the need to move on with the 18th sanction package. We also need to find the political will for seizing of immobilized Russian assets for Ukraine's reparations. We thank the Presidency for organizing Council work group discussions on the Russia-specific EU strategy on countering hybrid threats and for facilitating the deployment of the hybrid rapid response team to Moldova. Altogether, we especially hope that during Polish presidency we will achieve the breakthrough on enlargement and opening of the first cluster with Ukraine and Moldova. Finally, let me underline that we value the Polish presidency's dedicated work in preparing the ground for the Commission's upcoming MFF proposal and look forward to the Danish presidency under which negotiations will begin. An ambitious MFF will be essential for the EU to address all issues and challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Anton Hofreiter from Germany.
Ja, vielen Dank für die Arbeit der polnischen Präsidentschaft. Ich glaube, es ist
Thank you very much for the work performed by the Polish presidency. I think this is of central importance to all of us. We must understand that this great threat is coming from Russia. Ukraine is not responsible for this. It is fighting bravely. There's a lot of other countries involved. Russia is focused not just on the Baltic Sea. It is focused, it is generally a threat also in other areas. Owing to the situation in the US, it must be clear to us that we must rely on ourselves. In Europe, we must ramp up investment in defense. We need to cooperate better
entsprechend hohem Budget
it would be a good idea for us to create our own defense fund within our budget. This is central to our security, after all. Another significant issue is promoting rule of law in Europe. Our fundamental values are democracy, rule of law as well. If Hungary will continue to fail to respect this will undermine the security of us all. Even if Hungary will veto negotiations with Ukraine, this will be proof of great influence of Putin on our member states. For this to function well, we need well-functioning.
Giovanni Satta, from Italy.
Onorevoli colleghi, viviamo in un'epoca segnata dalla recrudescenza di tensioni globali e dall'emergere di nuove forme di conflitto.
Dear colleagues, we are facing so many global challenges and conflicts. I would like to quote Pope Francis. This is World War III in episodes. We see an erosion of political stability which emerged after World War II. In this unstable context, our democracies are exposed to the actions of third-party actors. These actions are becoming more and more refined. We need to identify Russian interference in democratic processes, for example, the elections in Romania or what is happening in Moldova or Georgia. We need precise strategies which will be applied towards such countries as Russia, China, North Korea or Iran. We need to combat disinformation, which is a tool of hybrid warfare. All of this is aimed at undermining the confidence and trust of citizens towards our democracies. It aims to destabilize our countries and the EU. Therefore, we need to clearly formulate a response at the EU level to defend our democracies. We need to be ready to respond to hybrid threats as well. In this context, the EU enlargement is not just a political perspective, it is a geopolitical need, a need for security. We need to support candidate states in performing democratic reforms, rule of law reforms. Albania, the Western Balkans. Here our task is to support this process. We need to be determined. Countering external interference is also about building a more coherent and strong.
Now I give the floor to Jan Ferenczak from Slovakia.
Vážení kolegovia, žijeme v čase, kedy je Európa vystavená skúške. Blízko našich domov prebieha vojna. Čím ďalej, tým viac nás rozdeľujú dezinformácie, spoločnosti rastie strach.
Europe
naši občania to sledujú.
Is tested on many occasions. Fear is growing. Our citizens can see it. They are watching the outcomes of our actions closely. We need to show courage. Therefore, the Polish presidency is of such great importance. Poland understands sacrifice. It understands what it means to fight for dignity and freedom. Poland, you have inspired us to take up the fight, to fight for our freedom. You have brought this perspective into the center of the European Union. Thank you for the priorities you selected, especially security, countering disinformation, and focusing on the energy transition. I understand that these priorities are not political goals. They are the duty of ours. We need to work together, colleagues, to make sure that all of this becomes a reality. It's not just about politics, it's about Europe.
Now I give the floor to Jean-François Rapin from France.
Je veux saluer la manière dont la Pologne assume pour la deuxième fois de son histoire la présidence.
Thank you so much. This is the second time Poland has held the presidency of the Council of the European Union. I would like to respect your efforts, 6 months full of operational activities. The next initiatives were held on a regular basis. At the same time, we are at geopolitical turmoil, Russia and Ukraine. We should help Ukraine. Since the last presidential election in the US, we have been perplexed by the behavior of President Trump in his behavior towards NATO, Ukraine, and through his trade policy. Poland has adopted security as its motto of the presidency. I do appreciate Poland's being able to work effectively because we have announced the SAFE instrument. We know about the negotiations on EDIP, and we do hope they are going to be resumed. Assume the technological and industrial base is necessary, in the defense industry is necessary, and the negotiations should take place, should continue to take place. The French Senate has prepared some interventions when it comes to tackling disinformation. We have seen a number of projects under the democratic shield. The competitiveness of the European Union continues to be a priority of the EU. Polish presidency has contributed a lot towards that, but we need to do much more for private investments.
I give the floor to Gusti Gras from Luxembourg.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues.
Dziękuję, szanowni koledzy.
This is a timely discussion to have. Under the motto Secure Europe, Poland's presidency focused on strengthening European security in its broadest sense and on boosting the Union's competitiveness. In an era marked by rising protectionism and geopolitical instability, these priorities have proven both relevant and forward-looking. At that time, I believe it is fair to say that Poland has not only set clear goals, but also delivered on them. A concrete example is Poland's push to foreign EU-wide defense financing tools, efforts that are reflected in the Commission's Rearm Europe initiative. I am thinking of the SAFE program, which foresees up to 150 billion euros in loans for joint procurement. At a time when we need to strengthen our deterrence and move toward being able to defend ourselves, this is essential development. Dear colleagues, mental health, especially among young people, is a very pressing challenge. Poland used the presidency platform to elevate this issue. For all of this, I wish to sincerely congratulate your presidency. It has helped to lay the groundwork for crucial steps in safeguarding our Union, its people, its principles, and its futures. Its advocacy has helped in the fields, and I cited about beyond that, to raise awareness for issues that are critical for our joint futures in a united Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gras. And now I give the floor to Francisco José Conde López from Spain. The microphone, please turn on.
Muchas gracias a la presidencia polaca por todo el trabajo que ha desarrollado.
I'd like to extend my warm welcome and thanks to the Polish presidency for all that has been done over the past 6 months. I would like to refer to competitiveness. The Draghi report has indicated the path and has also indicated a number of areas like security to be more independent and autonomous in technological terms. We need to be ambitious and we need to be aware of the technological challenges we are facing to become autonomous. In the creative industries, in the industries, in the different branches, we need to be more creative, more active. A lot has been done in the omnibus package, but when it comes to the chemical and steel industry, and there are other areas where action is needed. To conclude, from the point of view of the energy sector, regrettably, many countries have failed to understand the question of transition. We are talking here about the development of renewables, and it's not only that they be cheap, but that we have a secure delivery chain. What happened in Spain, the blackout in Spain, is best proof that we need to determine the energy mix for Europe so that we are safe and that energy supply continues unhindered. This is indispensable from the point of view of European competitiveness.
Gracias, señor Conde Lopez. And now I give the floor to Bastiaan van Apeldoorn from the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Marshal of the Sejm yesterday, during his welcome speech at the wonderful gala dinner and concert, once more emphasized security, the top priority of the Polish presidency, as foundational for all European citizens. But he also rightly emphasized that security is more than just military security and defense. It's also about the security of people's daily existence, of having a good job and a comfortable home and living in a clean environment, of living in a stable society and having resilient democracy. And security is also about having a strong economy. And for this, we need to strongly reduce our asymmetric dependencies and achieve strategic autonomy. There's a growing awareness that we are not only too dependent on a country like China, but also on the US, in particular on all-powerful US big tech. For instance, US dependence on the US cloud makes us way too vulnerable, especially in this age of Trump. We therefore need a strong European industrial policy, but we must ensure that this policy truly serves the needs of our societies, our citizens, making our economy strong and resilient rather than, above all, boosting the profits of private companies. How to make our industrial and technology policies both effective and democratic in that sense. So when we speak of security, it is these economic and societal dimensions of security that should also be at the heart of our policies. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Edward Zamit-Luis from Malta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the Polish presidency. Definitely, I commend the priority of a single security internal market and one voice in our European policy. I agree with my colleague from the Netherlands. Security in its widest sense, be it economical, be it energy, they are all intertwined and very important. Very important is with regards to peace negotiations in Ukraine, but not only Ukraine. I mentioned the Middle East and especially Gaza and the situation as well in Libya. It is important as well to have strong union partnerships in the Mediterranean and Africa to address security challenges and prevent regional instability. As a former Prime Minister in Malta said, there is no peace in Europe if there is no peace in the Mediterranean. In line with this, I encourage as well engagement of our youths in security and diplomacy in line with Malta's focus of inclusivity and dialogue during the Maltese presidency, the current presidency of the Council of Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Peter Tali from Estonia. The microphone, please.
Now it's much better. Thank you, Agnieszka. Eesti tänab Poolat targa, tasakaaluka, julge ja järjekindla
smart, balanced, bold presidency. Denmark can now follow and go in the right direction. All of these 7 priorities of Poland have been implemented by Estonia and supported by Estonia. Poland has excellently implemented the recommendations of Sauli Niinistö, the white paper, rearm, safe, they are all excellent. Thank you very much for that. And as I have some time left, then I would like to add
aga me ei saa siia seisma jääda, sellepärast et
now can't, we have to carry on. Ukraine has shown that they want peace, but at the same time, Russia just wins time and destroys Ukraine. That's why we have to continue with the sanctions and also take a look at the opportunities of using immobilized Russian sovereign assets. Europe is facing a great challenge. Well, we do have those frozen assets, and we have to think about how to use those assets. We have to initiate debates on directing the frozen assets to Ukraine. The aggressor has to pay for the destruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Talley. And now I give the floor to Erik Ottosson from Sweden.
Tack fru ordförande och tack kollegor. Vi från Sverige är såklart väldigt glada och tacksamma för det polska ordförandeskapets prioriteringar.
And very grateful for Poland's leadership and the priorities of the presidency. We think that Poland's leadership was a very hard-working one. It took realistic action and it focused on security. The security is our key value. Focusing on security, on defense, is what Europe needs in its current position. We believe this was a great presidency. I would like to express my gratitude to this presidency. I think this was a great improvement on what we had before. We in Sweden believe that many of the items put up for discussion here are very important ones. Let me reiterate that these issues are very important and we will continue to work on them. We also noticed this we took note of that in the contributions. One country may be pleased that the Troika did not approve our amendments, but thank you to Poland and Denmark for their support at the Troika meeting. These are key values for Europe, that is support for Ukraine. It's important to hold Russia accountable for its war crimes at a court. We need to uphold the principles of rule of law. We need to express support
now
for
I give the
Georgia.
floor to Pierre-Alexandre Anglade from France.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais d'abord saluer les priorités de la présidence polonaise et en particulier la volonté qui a été affichée de faire de la sécurité de l'Europe une priorité. Et je crois que c'est absolument essentiel car nous sommes confrontés à une situation qui est extrêmement grave, vraisemblablement la plus critique depuis des décennies. Et ce qui se joue actuellement, concernant la sécurité de l'Ukraine que nous soutenons et que nous continuerons à soutenir de toutes nos forces, mais bien évidemment de toute l'Europe. Ce qui se décide en ce moment, c'est notre capacité à garantir notre sécurité, notre souveraineté et notre
Today, we are
indépendance
deciding on the guarantee of our security and sovereignty for the years to come. We need to be level with anybody. We need to be to level with everybody. Our American partner has decided to withdraw their involvement, their commitment. They threaten the sovereignty of our partners and our member states through the very severe trade war. They threaten the annexation of Greenland. So our sovereignty is at risk. Russia has not abandoned its military objectives in Ukraine. They continue to arm and disregard calls for peace and armistice, and that's why we need to take care of the security of Europe. We need to have shared financing and the realization of shared objectives like we did during the COVID pandemic. And step by step, we need to stop being dependent on the arms, on the US arms systems.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Daniel Frans from European Parliament.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, if we're serious about increasing the security of our citizens, I think there are two things that we need to particularly look at beyond the good priorities of the Polish presidency. The first is that we need to reinforce our fight against climate change. We're seeing that the frequency, the intensity, the death toll of extreme weather events is going up. And if we want to protect our citizens from forest fires, floods, landslides, then we need to game up our efforts against climate change. The second element that I want to talk about is unanimity voting in the European Union. What was maybe once conceived when we started in the EU many, many years ago as protecting the vital national interests of any one member state, I fear has become a security threat. If you look at the Union from Vladimir Putin's point of view, if he wants to weaken the Union, to disunite us, to block us from supporting Ukraine, all he needs is one of the 27 heads of government or heads of state. That is a problem for us. And we need to talk about that, for example, sanctions, that decisions on foreign policy, on security and defense can be taken with a majority. I fear otherwise the aim of achieving security for our citizens we won't achieve if we also tackle this design flaw of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Front. And now Ivan Gerchev from Bulgaria.
Уважаема госпожо председател, уважаеми колеги, поздравяваме Полша за успешното председателство на Съвета на Европейския съюз.
Madam Chair, colleagues, we'd like to congratulate Poland on its presidency and the progress made on a number of matters. Poland has demonstrated leadership in supporting European values in an increasing geopolitical uncertainty. Bulgaria is and will continue to be a reliable and predictable partner in accomplishing our common priorities and objectives. It is of paramount importance for Bulgaria for the EU to continue with its efforts to ensure cohesion and approximation between countries and regions. Cohesion is not only an instrument that would contribute to competitiveness, but it's also a factor to strengthen public trust and support for the EU. Therefore, we attach such an importance on preserving the cohesion policy among the priorities of the future multi-annual financial framework. Another common priority of ours, the common agricultural policy, the effective management of EU borders and migration. Alongside with that, and against the background of the geopolitical context and military conflicts, the increase in costs for security and defense seem to be common, indisputable goals. To improve Europe's competitiveness, we have to focus ever stronger on research and innovations. Bulgaria's accession to the euro is a key priority of ours. We're determined to join the euro as from the 1st of January 2026. On the 4th of July this year, thank you.
Thank you very much. If I would ask you to respect the time limit, because we have 13 speakers left, and I should give the floor to Mr. Minister in less than 20 minutes. Robert O'Donoghue from Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Polish government for their excellent choices over the course of this 6 months and for the hospitality extended to us in the last 24 hours and going into tomorrow. Ireland is a small country, but we share the same concerns other member states have around Russian aggression, and we feel the need for further security measures, particularly in the likes of the cybersphere. I echo the member's point from earlier on, also in regards to economic strategic autonomy. The further integration of the single market, particularly in the digital sphere, is vital to the security of the EU, full stop, especially given the changes in the White House in the last 6 months. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Donoghue. And now I give the floor to Milagros Marcos Ortega from Spain.
Enhorabuena a la presidencia polaca por el trabajo de este semestre. Coincidimos en que si no hay paz, no hay bienestar.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the Polish presidency for 6 months of its hard work. We know that we can't talk about peace without all of these dimensions of security. Security must be a commitment for each and every member state. This requires every member state to have the right budget apart from the one adopted by its government or parliament, a budget that will ensure for the implementation of these policy goals today and tomorrow. We know what the risks are today. We know that Russia or other countries in the east pose a serious threat. We must be aware of the threat posed by illegal migration on the east of Europe. Most migration flows that are directed to the Canary Islands are also a big threat. We must take action to stop human trafficking because the smugglers exploit the most vulnerable groups. This is a serious threat. This route is used also to smuggle terrorists, which undermine the security of all Europeans. Europe must update its returns policy and must protect its southern border more effectively. We must have special solutions for this special problem. Only then can we control threats and avoid a risk which is posed by irregular migrants to the European Union. We must adhere to the law and act in an orderly manner. We are all obliged to protect our borders and to take decisive action. Thank you.
Give the floor to Sari Tanus from Finland.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja, hyvät kollegat. Lämmin kiitos Puolan parlamentaarille kutsusta ja mahdollisuudesta
Madam President, we'd like to thank you for the possibility to participate into the meeting. I'd like to thank you also for the fabulous concert yesterday, and I'd like to thank for the Polish presidency for the whole semester. As for promoting health and security, that is the critical part of all communities, and as we know, our operational environment has radically changed, and now for over 3 years, Russia is carrying out its aggressive warfare towards Ukraine. In Finland, we have 1,340 kilometers of joint border with Russia, and that is why we consider of utmost importance that we all have as good a situational understanding of the threats that are targeted towards us. It is important that in the European Union we promote the holistic understanding of security and a wide-ranging preparedness for all kinds of crises. We have to be prepared for all kinds of threats and crises, and we have to do it in each and every sector at all levels. It is not only about the parliamentarians and the ministers, but in all regions, all cities, all villages. As for healthcare services, as for infrastructure and all its units, this is applicable to them too, so we have to be prepared. We have to learn this. It has to be taught at schools, and we have to remember that each household, each family has to be prepared so that they can also survive at least for several days in case of disturbances, and not only surviving themselves, they also have to assist the people next to them. Thank you.
And now I give the floor to Eirini Douro from Greece.
Ευχαριστώ, κυρία Πρόεδρε.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, I'd like to remind you that today we are talking, and at the same time, genocide is taking place in the Gaza Strip, the genocide of the Palestinian people. We as members of parliament are responsible for putting an end to what happens in the Gaza Strip. This is going to be key, the key factor in securing peace. with respect to the Polish presidency, ladies and gents, on the 23rd of January this year, the Greek Parliament was informed about the priorities of the Polish presidency for the upcoming 6 months. At that point, myself, and not only myself, had a number of questions on the priorities, because I feared, and I fear now, that the European Union is a far cry from the real needs of our citizens. And this is the key moment where the vision of the founding fathers of the EU is disappearing, and the radical right is growing in strength. So summing up, we need to reflect on whether we've been able to achieve something great during this presidency, whether we have done something on the 50th anniversary of the Turkish invasion on a country which is a member state of the EU. Have we done anything to realistically support Ukraine, or do we really deter Putin from having impact on the situation in Europe? Have we done anything to the situation in the Gaza Strip? What about the jihadists in Syria? Has the country become a democratic country respecting the rule of law? Don't we apply double standards? Don't we have a European Union of double standards and two different velocities? If we want to stick to the vision of the founding fathers, we need to act quickly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In an era marked by our war on our continent and highly unstable global environment with escalating geopolitical tensions, the EU stands as a beacon of security. The Polish presidency has played a pivotal role in maintaining unwavering support for Ukraine and a focus on safeguarding Europe's security. It is imperative that this momentum continues. We must not allow the forces that seek to divide and undermine the European Union during these turbulent times to prevail. Now is the time to intensify our efforts and cooperation within the EU, for it is through our collective efforts that we ensure security and stability. I sincerely hope that the current Polish government can secure continued support for these endeavours. Key areas for strengthening the EU cooperation in a Swedish social democratic perspective. We need to ensure our collective security and our support to Ukraine. We need to build competitiveness and create jobs with good working conditions. We need to combat organized crime and dismantle criminal networks. And we need to uphold democracy, rule of law, and social cohesion. And finally, address the climate and environmental challenges. This is why we convene here today, to contribute to something better and to amplify our collective efforts. It is time for a stronger and more resilient Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Ivana Klimpush-Szyndzadze from Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear colleagues. First and foremost, allow me to use this opportunity to express our deepest gratitude to the Republic of Poland, its government, its parliament, other institutions, and its people for the unwavering support and principled leadership in standing with Ukraine. As Poland assumed the presidency of the Council of the European Union, Ukraine saw this as a momentum of a powerful continuation of that leadership. And the Polish presidency's focus and priorities have reflected not only the EU's agenda. From our perspective, it also was about Ukraine's reality and aspirations. So on security, Poland has shown the way, the clarity of the threat assessment and clarity of the needs to be taken as actions. Your determination to strengthen Europe's security and defense architecture and energy resilience is inseparable from our fight for our freedom, for our fight for the independence, sovereignty, and peace. And we understand, we appreciate that due to all your efforts, dear colleagues, we are not standing alone. And Poland shows also a very large part in this effort. But we are also counting that the stability and predictability of continuous military support to Ukraine, as well as strengthened sanctions against Russian Federation, will continue as a common effort of the European Union. Because we understand that Russia cannot be talked into peace. Russia can only be pressured into peace, and that is how we will reach this goal. At this point, unfortunately, those so-called negotiations that are happening between Russia and Ukraine are not leading to anything that is close to ceasefire, or not to mention the real peace and stability on our continent. So therefore, Russia is unfortunately using that process as a pretext, as a smokescreen to try to continuously destroy our nation and our people. We are counting on you, colleagues, further, and our priorities remain unchanged. With your help, we will be able to defeat the evil, and let's do that together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana, a lot. You can always count on us. Now I give the floor to Ina Koseru from Moldova.
Dear Madam Chair, dear colleagues, the Republic of Moldova also would like to express its deep gratitude for the Polish presidency, which is focused on security, resilience, and European solidarity. Moldova fights on the front lines of the hybrid war against an arsenal of tactics applied on Moldova by Russian Federation to destabilize political situation, stop European integration, and take over the control of our country. We all understand that working day by day hard to assure security in the region, stay solidar with Ukrainians who fight for the democracy of the whole European continent, and help Moldova build resilience to stand against hybrid war is of existential importance for Moldova. Last year, presidential elections in Moldova showed these pressures clearly to the whole Europe, with hundreds of millions of dollars coming to Moldova from Russian Federation by different ways to destroy our common effort of building a democratic Moldova. Transnistria gas crisis amplified this January to create additional pressures on Moldova, made it clear that frozen conflicts are not frozen, but are laboratories of hybrid tactics against Europe's security. Moldova prepares for parliamentary elections in September this year. We understand that pro-European majority in the Parliament of Moldova is a guarantee of consolidated security in the whole region. Opening of first clusters for negotiations with the EU is a strong signal for the citizens of Moldova in front of upcoming elections. And Moldova continues to stand ready as a committed partner. Thank you very much for all your support.
Thank you, Mrs. Koseru. And now I give the floor to Milan Radin from Serbia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be rather brief. Although the period of the presidency is coming to an end, what has been left behind, implemented priorities and achieved goals remains a key factor in the further development and integration of the European Union, as well as in our own relations with the Union. As you know, Poland has set high goals during its presidency, and today we can say that many of them have been achieved. Poland's priorities encompassed key issues in the areas of energy security, regional stability, economic reconstruction, but also in the preservation of the European Union's fundamental values, democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. Although Serbia is outside of the EU, we are not isolated from these processes. It is very important for us to participate in the implementation and dissemination of European values, as well as in fostering regional cooperation. Serbia, as a country aspiring to EU membership, has a strong responsibility to contribute to the implementation of these priorities. It is good that the enlargement policy, although not included in the main priorities of the Polish presidency, has continued. Dear friends, the European Union is our future. Through constructive dialogue, improved cooperation, and the implementation of common priorities, we can contribute to safety and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Ismail Emrah Karayel from Turkey.
Thank you, chairs. Dear colleagues, in recent years, developments such as the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, the Russia-Ukraine war, the genocide in Gaza have deeply shaken the global order. These events have swiftly changed the priorities of European Union, entailed restructuring and architecture of the European security, led Poland to adopt the motto Security Europe for its term of EU Council presidency. As we consider the evolving European security landscape, it is essential to acknowledge Turkey's strategic role in this context. At a time of increasing global uncertainties and challenges, while the European security architecture is being reshaped, strengthening the Turkey's EU membership perspective and ensuring lasting cooperation with Turkey for a long-term and strategic perspective will serve the mutual benefit of Europe and the broader region. Distinguished colleagues, while we speak of security, we cannot ignore the grave humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza. For more than 21 months, Israel has been carrying out attacks that have claimed the lives of nearly 60,000 Palestinians, 70% of them women and children. What is happening in Gaza is nothing short of the genocide, and it is moral stain on all of humanity. Weaponizing of hunger and famine against Palestinians is unacceptable. Israel is acting with a veneer of impunity, which is rendering the world significant, more dangerous place. Main target appears to be a Palestine without Palestinians.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Jovan Subotic from Montenegro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Chairing Committee. I salute Poland's priorities and the dedication to a comprehensive approach to security. Security of all EU citizens. The basis of security lies in two things, as I feel, in unity and in Euro enthusiasm. When I speak about unity, I speak both about unity internally in your member countries, but also among the member countries here within this organization. When I speak about the Euro enthusiasm, I'm happy to say regarding my country, but I'm a little bit sad to say that it mostly resides now in the candidate countries. Euro enthusiasm, as I see it, the very idea of the European Union that the founding fathers had in mind. That's why I feel that enlargement could be the spark that jumpstarts the Euro enthusiasm all around the European Union. The Euro enthusiasm that will spark the security, that sparks the mechanism which will keep EU citizens safe within the safety network that includes food security, job security, economy security, energy security. A happy, a safe, and secure Europeans will defend these values, will defend the European values. They will fight for them, and they will teach these values to the upcoming generation. And these generations deserve our and your best effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Dimitar Gardev from Bulgaria. Mr. Gardev, if Mr. Gardev is not here, then Sejman Ozboyaci from Turkey.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, the humanitarian tragedy unfolding in the Gaza Strip is no longer just a crisis. It is becoming a historic mark of shame witnessed by the entire world. According to the latest Integrated Food Security Report, 93% of Gaza's population, that's nearly 2 million people, is facing severe food insecurity. In just the past 8 days, over 100 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli soldiers opening fire on 8 distribution centers. This is not a conflict. This is a systematic blockade targeting a civilian population. This is genocide. It's a crime against humanity committed in full view of the international community. And yet, there are still people who are trying to change the course of events. On June 1st, a boat called Madeleine set sail from the Mediterranean. It carried no military equipment, only baby formula, flour, medical supplies, and hygiene products. Its goal to reach Gaza. That boat carried not just aid, it carried conscience. On board were 12 activists from different countries. But perhaps I should highlight something that may draw your attention even more. Among them was Rima Hassan, a member of European Parliament. The European Union is not merely an economic entity, it's a peace project founded on the values of the human dignity and human rights. If we are truly committed to those values, then we cannot remain silent in the face of what is happening in Gaza. We must raise our voices and we must act to stop Israel's attempt at genocide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I jako ostatni mówca, pan Paweł Bartoszek z
The
Islandii.
last speaker today, Paweł Bartoszek from Iceland.
Although Iceland is not a member of the European Union, as a committed participant in the European Economic Area and the Schengen Agreement, we share a deep and enduring interest in the stability, security, and prosperity of our continent. We welcome the strong and comprehensive focus on security put forward by the Polish presidency. I would like to highlight the recent joint statement on strengthening the EEA foreign and security foreign policy cooperation signed last month by Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and the EU. This statement is more than symbolic. It reflects our shared values and provides a framework for even closer cooperation, allowing us to speak with one voice on matters where we stand united. We also see value in deepening bilateral ties. Our foreign minister has expressed interest in establishing a security and defense partnership between Iceland and the EU, following the example set by Norway last year. We believe such cooperation would further strengthen our collective resilience. Finally, we applaud the Presidency's unwavering commitment to solidarity with Ukraine and the reinforcement of Europe's eastern flank. Iceland remains a steadfast partner in defending democratic values, international law, and the rules-based international order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That were all questions and remarks. Now I ask Mr. Adam Szłapka, the Minister of European Affairs, to sum up and answer your questions.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Przewodniczący.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman,
Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Bardzo dziękuję za wszystkie słowa, które
most thankful for all your interventions
dotyczące tego, co się przez ostatnie pół roku
referring to what has happened over the past 6 months in the EU or what we have done together, because when planning the priorities and when planning the motto Security Europe and all its pillars, we had in mind two pillars, the notion of security and responsibility, actually, and we all sensed and I believe this is the moment when Europe should shoulder the responsibility for its own future. The continent that is often termed the old continent should pair up in this very difficult situation. And I believe this is happening. We fully realize the beauty of the European project based on, which has been built for many years and which has contributed to the fact that Europe is a continent of peace, stability, development, a continent whose reality was a dream of many generations of Europeans, Poles included. I do remember the 1st of May 2004 when Poland joined the EU. I remember the joy, the enthusiasm of Poles finally seeing themselves as part of the greater Europe, and I believe that today there are others who dream of the same now. I saw this at the Maidan in Ukraine some time ago, and I know that what happens at the front line in Ukraine is also a struggle for sovereignty, independence, and a reality that Europe and EU stands for, because Europe is not only a political project, it's also the values enshrined in the treaties. We have spoken a lot about it. We need to focus on competitiveness. We need to focus on our security and on the major projects. All the issues we have raised here, the words of gratitude addressed to the Polish presidency show that together we adopted priorities that we need for years to come. And I'm certain, I'm confident that in the years to come, the questions
zasadzie
of
będzie realizowany.
responsibility will be
Bardzo dziękuję za
our main objective. I'd like to thank
głosy,
you
pytań.
for all the
Nie było
interventions,
wiele,
all
na
the
jedno chciałbym
opinions.
zwrócić szczególną uwagę,
Not
jak
too
sobie
many questions
wyobrażamy
were
to
addressed
wzmocnienie
to us.
europejskiego przemysłu obronnego, tą
One thing I'd
suwerenność.
like to address is
To jest
the
kwestia
question
właśnie
about how
odpowiedzialności
we
i
see the
solidarności.
strengthening of the defense system.
Polska dzisiaj jako
It's a
państwo
question of
członkowskie wydaje prawie
solidarity. As a
5%
member
PKB na
state, we
obronność.
spend around close to 5%
I
of
oczywiście
our
to nie będzie
GDP
proces
on
bardzo
the
łatwy, ale
defense
musimy się
budget.
nawzajem
This is not
przekonywać, że
going to
wydając
be an easy
więcej,
process,
wydajemy
but
więcej na nasze
we
wspólne
need
bezpieczeństwo.
we need to understand, we need to
I
grasp
musimy
that
oczywiście
spending
być
more on the defense
bezpieczni i
sector,
gotowi do
we
rozpierania
will
zagrożeń tu i
be
teraz.
better
Stąd
able
oczywiście musimy
to
pracować z naszymi partnerami, z
prevent
państwami trzecimi,
any
ze Stanami
threats. We need
Zjednoczonymi, z
to
Wielką Brytanią.
collaborate closely
Ale
with our
tu i teraz
international
musimy też
partners,
bardzo
with the
mocno
US and the
inwestować
UK.
w nasz przemysł
However, we also
zbrojeniowy i
need to
naprawdę wydawać
invest
pieniądze na to,
substantially
żebyśmy
in
jako Europa
our
byli gotowi do
arms
tego,
industry,
żeby
and
produkować
this
więcej,
will prepare us better to
amunicji i sprzętu po to,
to
żebyśmy byli
build
razem
more ammo,
bezpieczniejsi. Ale nie jest to
to
możliwe
manufacture more
bez
military
skupienia się
equipment
na
and ammo.
konkurencyjności.
And for this
Nie
to
jest to
happen, we
możliwe
need to focus
bez
on
bardzo
beefing
silnym
up
przywiązaniu do wartości,
our
na których
competitiveness.
Europa
We need
została
to
zbudowana.
stick to the
Nie jest to
values
możliwe także
that
na bardzo precyzyjnym
lay at the
wsłuchiwaniu się
core of
co
the
jest najważniejsze
establishing of
dzisiaj
the
z punktu
EU,
widzenia
and we
Europejczyków.
also
Dlatego
need
takie miejsca
to
jak
lend an ear to
dyskusje
what our
z
citizens tell us, and that's why
ludźmi, którzy mają
our
bezpośredni
debates
mandat
and discussions with those who have the direct social legitimacy because they were elected in the general election is important. I'm thankful for all the debates, and I'm thankful for the joint effort we all have taken with a good effort, with a good result for our future.
Bardzo dziękuję panu ministrowi.
Thank you so much, Minister.
Panom parlamentarzystom
I'd like
za
to
udział w
thank
dyskusji,
all the deputies,
za wszystkie
all the colleagues for
przemyślenia,
their participation in the
uwagi,
debate, for all the
też
interventions,
gratulacje, to zawsze
opinions,
miłe dla
also
polskiej
words of
prezydencji.
congratulations, which are
Dziękuję za ten pierwszy
duly
panel, pierwszą
noted. I'm
dyskusję.
thankful
Teraz
for the
zapraszam na
first
15
debate.
minut
Now we'll have a
przerwy
15-minute
kawowej
coffee
i
break.
spotkamy się po
We will
przerwie.
resume
Kolejną
after the
sesję
break
poprowadzi pan
for
przewodniczący
the
Tomasz
next
Grodzki. Bardzo
session
dziękuję.
to be chaired by Professor Tomasz Grodzki. Thank you.
Prośba już od dyrektora kucharskiego, żeby pierwszy komenda. To najważniejsze. Jak się uruchomi proces decyzyjny, to nie do zatrzymania.
I know that coffee machines are working slowly, but I would like to invite participants to the plenary hall because we should start in maximum 5 minutes. Please be so kind to take your seats. We have to start. Please take your seats. We will start in a minute.
Tomek, dzwonek wyłącz. Tomek, dzwonek już, wystarczy.
Szanowni Państwo, drodzy goście, koleżanki i koledzy.
So, dear
We have
colleagues,
a little delay, so we have to start promptly. Rozpoczynamy drugą sesję, której tematem jest bardzo ważne zagadnienie,
the topic is a very pivotal
programy
one.
prac Komisji
We will
Europejskiej i
discuss the
Parlamentu
work programs
Europejskiego
of the European
w
Commission
nowym
and the European
otwarciu
Parliament in the
instytucjonalnym.
new institutional cycle.
Agenda strategiczna Unii
We will discuss the
Europejskiej.
strategic agenda
Punktem
of the
wyjścia do
European
dyskusji jest
Union.
opublikowany w lutym tego roku program
The
prac na
report
2025
on
rok, w
the
którym
work
Komisja
programs for
Europejska przedstawiła
2025,
swoje plany
published in February
zmierzające
of
do
this year, will be the
zwiększenia
starting point of our
konkurencyjności,
discussion.
poprawy
The plans are to
bezpieczeństwa i
boost
wzmocnienia
competitiveness,
odporności
increase
gospodarczej w
security,
Unii
increase
Europejskiej.
economic resilience across
Program
the European
skupia się na
Union. The
inicjatywach
program
przewodnich, które
focuses
mają
on
największe znaczenie dla
guiding
Europejczyków.
initiatives which are of greatest
Zapisane w
importance to
programie pracy
Europeans.
Komisji Europejskiej plany działania
The
to
plans, the
odzwierciedlenie
action
przyjętych
plans
przez Radę Europejską
reflect
w czerwcu 2024 roku w agendzie strategicznej Unii Europejskiej
the principles
na lata
of the strategic
24-29.
agenda for 2024-2029, the priorities adopted in June of 2024 by the European Commission. These priorities cover the upcoming 5 years. We should look at the strategic challenges which Europe faces, which our citizens face, and those are an unstable economy which is burdened by unfair competition, disruptions in supply chains, high costs of energy, social turbulence connected with the necessity to implement a green transition, growing costs of life fueled by rising energy prices, the concerns connected the development of AI and digital markets, external interference in political life, disinformation, etc. The necessity to restore Europe's defense capabilities as well as rule of law and fundamental human rights in Europe. These are just some of the challenges we must rise up to if we want to ensure a strong, resilient and competitive European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, in session 2 of our plenary session, we will start with a video message from Maroš Šefčovič, Commissioner for Trade and Economic Security and Interinstitutional Relations and Transparency. After that, I will hand over to Mr. Esteban González Pons, Vice President of the European Parliament. Please present us with the video message of Mr. Maroš Šefčovič.
Dear chairpersons, honorable members of the national parliaments, distinguished members of the European Parliament, it's a pleasure to address the plenary meeting of the Conference of Parliamentary Committees for Union Affairs, even if I cannot be there with you in Warsaw. I want to thank COSAC and the Polish Sejm and Senate for the invitation to speak to you today. The active engagement of national parliaments in European policymaking remains of highest importance. Your views and opinions are of critical value to the European Commission's work as we seek to jointly tackle the numerous challenges we face. Our priorities for the next 5 years are to ensure that the EU delivers prosperity, boosts competitiveness, protects people, and defends democracy. This year's Commission work programme sets out flagship initiatives to start delivering on this, while putting the goal of making our rules simpler and more effective at the heart of our work. Out of 18 legislative initiatives announced, 11 have a simplification dimension. The 4 omnibus packages we have already put forward target simplification in sustainability reporting, due diligence rules and EU investments, and the common agriculture policy. This could lead to annual savings of 8.4 billion euros in administrative costs for European companies. The competitiveness compass and the clean industrial deal, meanwhile, chart the path towards ensuring the EU's industrial competitiveness and boosting economic growth while accelerating decarbonization. The Preparedness Union strategy the European internal security strategy and the new common approach on returns have also already been adopted. Our vision for agriculture and food presents an ambitious roadmap on the future of farming and food in Europe, with more action to come later this year. In July, the Commission will adopt its proposal for the new long-term budget, which will need to be reformed and reinforced to meet the needs of today. National parliaments will play a crucial role in shaping this framework, and I'm happy that there have been already many important exchanges with my colleague, Commissioner Serafin. At the same time, and given the increasingly volatile geopolitical environment, it is also vital that we strengthen our partnerships with reliable partners around the world. And we will continue to play a strong role on the global stage, including in supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. With my trade hat on, we will seek to make the most of and building on our expansive network of trade agreements with 76 countries across the globe, covering almost half of our trade. Work continues internally towards the adoption and signature of agreements with Mercosur and Mexico. We have also been accelerating ongoing negotiations with India, Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Malaysia. And we recently launched free trade talks with United Arab Emirates, which can serve as a catalyst for stronger ties between the EU and the Gulf region countries with whom we are also negotiating strategic partnership agreements. Our focus is on reaching commercially meaningful and mutually beneficial deals tailored to each partner. At the same time, when it comes to the unjustified increases in tariffs on European goods, we are fully engaged in discussions with the US as a negotiated solutions remains our preferred outcome. But if our talks do not yield the necessary results, we will be ready for the alternative with the aim of restoring a level playing field. In addition, we attach great importance to the EU-China economic and trade relationship and working towards rebalancing our relations. Dear colleagues, the work ahead is daunting, but I believe that together we are up to the tasks. National parliaments remain key to ensuring European unity, and I look forward to intensifying our exchanges even further. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo za wystąpienie
very much for this video message of Commissioner Maroš Šefčovič. And now I hand over to the Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Esteban González Pons.
Panie Przewodniczący, bardzo proszę.
Mr. Vice President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear President, dear co-chairs, honorable members, dear colleagues. First of all, thank you for the invitation. On behalf of the European Parliament and its President, Roberta Metsola, I am very grateful to the Polish presidency for involving the European Parliament in these events. I want to thank as well Commissioner Šefčovič for his video. But I have to add that it's not that. It's not acceptable. It's shaming that the Commission is not present here today. They have no one but 25 more commissioners. And I think that this meeting, it's important enough to have present the Commission with us. We are all talking about how to make European Union sexy again. Very difficult with this kind of communication. We meet in a context where our democratic values and system are being challenged. Several threats come from inside and outside the Union. The European Council adopted the European Union's strategic agenda 2024-2029. This agenda poses three objectives. First, a free and a democratic Europe To achieve this, citizens must be at the center of our democracies. We need to increase public resilience to disinformation campaigns. Here, the education is key. Those who are informed and know the facts are less vulnerable to fake news and extremists. We have democracy because we have freedom, rule of law, fundamental values, and the separation of powers. We must protect all of them. Second, a secure and strong Europe. Defending Europe is an European task. With the Member States and EU institutions working together, we must be responsible for our own security. We need a Europe that can detect threats in time, be prepared, and defend itself from potential aggressors. We need to develop our own defense capabilities to complement NATO. A strong European defense is a robust pillar for NATO. We need, in fact, to turn the white paper for European defense into reality, because the EU's land, air, and maritime borders are subject today to great military and hybrid threats. It would be irresponsible if we ignore that. Enlargement is also key. It's a geopolitical and strategic necessity. We know that challenges will come with enlargement, but we also reckon that enlargement will make Europe stronger. Third, a prosperous and competitive Europe. Europe must be a continent of growth, entrepreneurship, and innovation. We need to create quality jobs and attract the best professionals. And we have to accelerate environmental and digital transformation. And we have to do it without leaving anyone behind. European companies and these industries will only lead the global market if they have access to the best workers and fully embrace the transformative powers of artificial intelligence. A competitive Europe also needs more simplification and cutting red tape, and a competitive, sustainable, and resilient agricultural sector. Last but not least, we must remember that the European market is bigger than the United States. In response to trade wars, we must be prepared to trade with other partners as Mercosur or Mexico to sell and to buy what the US may not want to sell or buy from us. The European Parliament has not a formal role in the definition or adoption of the EU strategic agenda. However, it has a vital role in its monitoring and implementation. For example, by inviting the rotating presidencies of the European Parliament to know their priorities and how they intend to drive them during their 6-month term, or by organizing structured dialogues with different commissioners to discuss the state of play of the Commission work programme. We are talking about the Commission work programme without the Commission. Here, national parliaments can make important contributions, making sure that the EU legislation is made only when needed and it doesn't go further than what it is necessary. This is what subsidiarity and proportionality are about. Developing mechanisms such as the green card mechanism, or indicating which of the EU legislative dossiers are most relevant for national parliaments or chambers. And that brings me to the next point, the importance of building stronger relationships between national parliaments and the European Parliament. Regular political dialogue and exchange between parliaments are essential to a working European democracy. We won't have a free and a democratic Europe without effective parliamentary scrutiny over the executives. This includes inquiry mechanisms, interparliamentary committee meetings, and scrutiny groups, as well as forums like COSAC. And here, let me refer to the European Commission's use of Article 122 to adopt the SAFE regulation. Although we understand the urgency, such important decisions need parliamentary oversight to ensure both transparency and democracy. Dear colleagues, now more than ever, European Parliament and national parliaments must work together. We have to make Europeans understand that our challenges are shared and cannot be solved apart. We will not be a truly united and solidary Europe until concerns to the Baltic states and Poland regarding Russia's invasion of Ukraine is understood in the southern countries of Europe, despite the geographical distance, or until the countries of the northern and central Europe recognize that borders of Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece, or Cyprus are their borders too. After all, Europe is about solidarity, understanding, supporting, and helping each other in times of greatest need. Citizens are asking us to deliver on all these common challenges and concerns: economy, technology, climate change, defense, security, and this is what our strategic agenda is about. But they are also asking for something deeper: accountability, transparency, and trust. They want their leaders to explain and answer for their actions. They want processes and decisions that are clear and open with no secrets. And they want to see that their leaders are fair and honest. These are the foundations of our democracy. And only by reinforcing cooperation between our parliaments, we can ensure that these foundations are strong. Now, more than ever, our unity is our strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dziękuję bardzo, panie przewodniczący, szczególnie
Mr. President, thank you so much for your personal appearance here and being with us at the plenary meeting of COSAC. Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to the debate. I would kindly remind you that a list of speakers has been drawn up on the basis of your submissions via the registration form. You will take the floor from your assigned seat, seated. The microphone is switched on and off at the push of a button. We have received 30 requests for the floor, and I will set the speaking time at 1.5 minutes. I would really appreciate your sticking to this time limit so that we can give the floor to everyone who wishes to speak. The end of speaking time will be indicated by a sound signal, after which the microphone will be switched off. The first to take the floor is Anna Luma from the European Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first, I would like to thank our Polish host for excellent meeting arrangements and for the hospitality. One thing which is especially important when we are looking at the challenges ahead of us is the security, which has been mentioned several times here. But we have to acknowledge that we are far away from those demands which are coming from the fact that there is still war going on in Europe. And if you look what is happening in this front, it seems so that the achievements are still behind those which ought to be seen to make sure that this is a safe continent for all of our people. In our current EU long-term budget, the heading dedicated to security and defense is the smallest of all headings. It's only 1.2% of the entire MFF. It's clearly that this is not equal to our geopolitical reality, and we will need to ramp up our joint funding both in the short term and also in the long term. At the same time, we have to acknowledge that there is an elephant in the room, that the solidarity is not between us what becomes to security, as was said in my colleague's speech earlier. Fact is that we ought to look at the support for Ukraine here also to make sure that we will win this battle against aggressor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for staying within the allocated time. Next speaker will be Anton Hofreiter from Germany. Please.
Thanks a lot. Ich habe bereits darüber gesprochen, welche große Bedeutung für unsere Sicherheit Rechtsstaatlichkeit hat und der
raised this question, the rule of law. We put a premium on the rule of law, and this increases our potential support for Ukraine. There are also other issues that have a role to play. Think about natural disasters in Spain or Greece. Think about the floods, forest fires, and so on and so forth. And therefore, it is vital that we also tackle climate change, the climate crisis. Because this is a real danger to the very foundations of our existence and to the safety and security of our residents, especially in areas at risk of fires and floods. Therefore, when it comes to the strategic agenda, what's of primary importance for us and for European security is for us to be independent in terms of energy sufficiency, energy supplies. We shouldn't rely on others excessively because this impacts the safety and security of our citizens.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Evangelos Syrigos from Greece. Please.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Θα ήθελα να ξεκινήσω με ευχαριστίες προς την Πολωνική Προεδρία.
Thank you so much. I will start by thanking the Polish presidency for all the 6 months and their hospitality. Dear colleagues, we talk about the old continent, but over the past, recently, we have actually been seen as an adolescent when it comes to our defense. It's like we have an uncle. It's like we had an uncle who takes care of our security, and all of a sudden the uncle disappears and no longer takes care of us. And this, let me refer to the second priority of the presidency, that is the security of Europe. Russia is an enormous threat, but it's not the sole threat that the European Union has to tackle. Poland and the Baltic states have another approach than, say, Greece, Cyprus, or Portugal as the European Union. We need to adopt a security policy that addresses all the member states and will address all countries from the Russian Federation to Yemen, because these are important issues for our security. It's important that the European Parliament take part in all the decision-making processes. The EU needs to secure the security.
Thank you very much. Next, I will ask Katrien van Riet from Belgium, please.
Thank you. The inclusion of industrial competitiveness as a key element in the EU's strategic agenda is a most welcome development. A resilient industrial base is the foundation of our economic prosperity. During the Belgian presidency, we hosted a European Industry Summit in Antwerp, where a clear call was made for a renewed, ambitious European industrial policy, one that puts innovation and sustainability at its core. To achieve this, open, and I repeat, open strategic autonomy must not become a synonym for protectionism. Rather, it should empower Europe to take ownership of its technological and economic future, while remaining open to global cooperation. Small and medium-sized enterprises are central to this goal. The Draghi and Letta reports confirm what many of us already sense. Europe must do more to foster innovation and reduce the regulatory burden where it hinders progress. A safe and secure Europe also requires us to rethink our approach to defense and security. We must accelerate the development of a European defense industry in close collaboration with European companies and the broader security sector. On March 11th, of this year, the prime ministers of the Benelux countries announced their commitment to intensify defense cooperation through joint acquisition and development of military capabilities. Today, we aspire to extend this integration across all domains of defense within Benelux and beyond, in collaboration with like-minded partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Mika Lintilä from Finland.
Arvoisa puhemies,
Distinguished Chairperson, as we heard during the first session, the aggressive war in Ukraine is clearly decisive for our decision-making in Europe and in the European Union. It is crucial for our defense and security that we can enhance the competitiveness of the European Union. These, of course, are not exclusive, they are supporting each other. Security means also the ownership of data, the use of data and making use of the data. We have been able to recently notice that predictability has become weaker after the presidential elections in the USA. We have to strive for getting rid of external dependencies for technologies. We have to strive for taking ownership of technology. And we need investments, in particular for those technologies that are about artificial intelligence, quantum computing, gigafactors, etc. These are the key European makers of competitiveness, and we have to invest on those. Ladies and gentlemen, competitiveness creates security, and it is only when Europe is competitive that it can also be safe and secure.
Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Bastiaan van Apeldoorn from Netherlands. Please.
Thank you. Dear Chair, dear colleagues, I welcome that in the Troika proposal for contribution under the heading of the EU's strategic agenda, COSAC emphasizes the importance of protecting and promoting the fundamental values as enshrined in Article 2 of the treaty. We must squarely recognize that in our current Union of 27, these values are increasingly under threat, both from the outside and the inside. Respect for the fundamental principles of our liberal democracies, the rule of law, media independence, and the rights and equality of all our citizens, regardless of ethnicity, gender, and sexual orientation, are not respected in several member states. And this erodes our union as a union of values from within. Strict enforcement of the rule of law conditionality regulation thus continues to be critical, even more so with an eye to possible future enlargement. Serious and enduring breaches of fundamental values must be sanctioned if we want to thrive as a strong and democratic union. Secondly, I also welcome the incorporation of the amendment of the European Parliament, which underlines the importance of effective parliamentary scrutiny over executive power. And this applies both to the EP and critically also to national parliaments, whose role in EU decision-making is crucial for the democratic functioning of the EU. And let me add to that, which for years now has been an important focus of the Dutch COSAC delegation, the crucial importance in this regard of enhancing transparency of EU decision-making, as here the EU still fails to meet our democratic standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Jan Ferenczak from Slovakia. Please.
Drahí kolegovia, nové zloženie Európskej komisie by nemalo byť.
Dear colleagues, the new composition of the European Commission should not just consist in a reshuffle of leaders. It should bring hope. We have the strategic agenda on the table, but the most difficult part is about standing together to restore trust and hope for the future. True competitiveness cannot be achieved at the cost of our planet. We must invest in renewable energy sources, including geothermal energy, which will generate clean energy in the future. We need to create quality jobs We need to support every community so that we leave no one behind. Our economies must compete against one another, but at the same time act in solidarity. I believe that stability and solidarity are not hindrances, but factors of success. Let us make use of these solidarity and dignity instruments that will be conducive to all, not just the privileged groups. Let's not manage Europe just as public officials,
Thank you very much.
but as people who...
Next speaker is Szymon Szynkowski-Welsenk from Poland.
Dziękuję, panie marszałku. Szanowni państwo.
Honorable Marshal, ladies and gentlemen, three issues all about security. The first issue, the importance of the transatlantic bridge. I'm very pleased that this has been emphasized in point 2 of COSAC contribution. We cannot forget that transatlantic ties, irrespective of whether we like the administration in the US or not, they remain a foundation of our security. Of course, a joint bolstering of our resilience, of our EU-level response should complement. However, transatlantic ties and NATO are the pillar of our security. The second issue, taking joint decisions on as part of the common foreign and security policy. We must have the principle of unanimity here. I cannot imagine a situation where one state votes for example, violating the sovereignty of Ireland, or that some countries vote on our foreign policy which is targeted against Poland. I cannot imagine such a situation while we need to bolster our defenses of the east flank of NATO and the eastern border of Poland. Then the third issue, certain EU regulations, for example, enforced solidarity can undermine our security. I understand that some member states are aware of this situation. The Polish Sejm will soon adopt a draft resolution put forward by the ruling coalition on refraining from adopting the negative provisions of the Migration and Asylum Pact.
Thank you. It's clear that the most important thing for the European Union is to protect our external borders on the east, south, and west. I mean Canary Island and the surroundings. Next speaker is Mr. Robert Dudas from Hungary.
Köszönöm a szót, elnök úr, tisztelt képviselőtársak. Azt gondolom, minden hozzászólás
distinguished colleagues, deputies, I believe that all our interventions go in this direction, and we feel that we are faced with novel challenges in Europe. I'm not talking about today, I'm talking about the future. We can think about military agrarian security. However, I believe that these novel challenges need to be addressed. I would like to thank Esteban González Pons for his presence and for his reflections that he cared to share with us. He spoke about economic presence, about the new dimensions of safety and security, also mentioning other organizations and third countries that might be contacted for new networking. We have one other pillar to rely on, which is actually the cornerstone of everything, the foundation of peace. We all need to contribute. All the national parliaments need to make an effort to put an end to the war in Ukraine, which was waged by the Russian Federation. However, let me also mention the Gaza Strip and all the other hotspots across the world. We need to relieve tension and prevent conflict, because only a good future can only be done in good peace.
Daniel Freund from European Parliament.
Thanks, Chair. Dear colleagues, Since the Treaty of Lisbon entered into force, we have seen a number of crises in the European Union, from the euro and financial crisis, a global pandemic, and now Putin has brought war back to our continent. We in the European Parliament have therefore put forward proposals to adopt the Union, to change the EU treaties so that we can take into account the changing world, the new realities that we have seen with all those crises. But we have a situation where basically this proposal, which has been on the table now for a year and a half, is ignored by the governments in the European Council. We have, as European Parliament, not a full right of legislative initiative, but we have a right of initiative for treaty change, which we have used for the first time. And now it's being ignored. And I think that is unacceptable. And it should be unacceptable for all of us as parliamentarians, as directly elected representatives of EU citizens, that the voice of citizens here is being ignored. Many of us together held the conference on the future of Europe, all the national parliaments, the governments were in this too, and a number of citizens that we had randomly selected from all our member states. And now, drawing the conclusions from that discussion, over a year we debated how do we need to change the European Union to make it fit for the future, is simply ignored by the governments, and we cannot let that stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have an impression that looking into history, that solving the crises one by one is our specialty. But practically it's more our responsibility to solve them and to protect our citizens. Thank you. Next speaker is Irini Dourou from Greece. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me be clear. Our today's strategic agenda of the EU regrettably favors governments of the radical right. We come back to budget cuts in social policies, green and just transformation. 800 billion, we are short 800 billion euros. What do we focus on? We focus on the military approach. We focus on three basic issues which are in no way related to the economic development. We, in a way, support the nightmare of our defense system. We have the safe mechanism where we, as member states, we have Turkey, which Turkey has for many years invaded a European Union member state. I do not recall a situation when we addressed this issue during the economic crisis. I don't remember us focusing on defense on the one hand and on the other hand cut expenditure on social issues, and countries like Greece and Spain were called as pigs. Let's not forget Charles de Gaulle's approach, who said that we are so important in the transatlantic perspective. Jacques Delors also spoke about the social interests of all EU residents, and that this should be our core value. And
next speaker is Milagros Marcos Ortega from Spain. Please.
Gracias, presidente. Sin duda, Europa se enfrenta a un nuevo paradigma que nos obliga a revisar y adaptar las políticas europeas del pasado y lograr un reequilibrio entre la lucha contra el cambio climático y la competitividad europea como eje prioritario. Hay que seguir avanzando en sostenibilidad, sin duda, pero al mismo tiempo debemos asegurar elementos estratégicos para nuestra autonomía.
We need to ensure at least two strategic elements of our autonomy. We must combat climate change. This is still a topical issue. We cannot wait until nature takes it on its own course. We need to take up the issue of water. We need to protect water we need to retain water during heavy rainfall. We need to use it when we need water. We need to protect our cities. We need to protect those who provide us with food. Farmers, therefore, need special treatment in the new work program period. We need to bank on their competitiveness on international markets. We need not an ideological approach, but a pragmatic review of all the regulations that focus on competitiveness. We must reduce red tape and ensure the right funding to ensure we are not dependent on others. Such action is not contrary to upholding EU policies on fisheries and agriculture.
Next speaker is Robert Donahue from Ireland. Please.
Thank you, Chair. The work programme is much welcomed. It's in every member state's interest to boost competitiveness, to enhance security and to bolster economic resilience. However, how we implement this work plan is key to ensuring that Europe remains at the top tables geopolitically, but also remains the premier place in the world where you can be a citizen. Simplification seems to be the catch cry of the day. Simplification can bring many opportunities, but simplification cannot just be deregulation for its own sake. Would we benefit from a single unified regulatory body for digital services to scale European tech companies? Yes, we would. This needs to be balanced with preserving our high standards of workers' rights that we currently have. We need a holistic understanding to what competitiveness is so that we balance economic growth with social cohesion, with tackling inequalities, and with fostering employment security. This ultimately is what will provide us with a stronger, safer, more social Europe and provide real strategic autonomy. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for staying within the time frame, and I appeal to other speakers to do the same. The next speaker is José María Sánchez García from Spain. Please.
Gracias. Veo que se habla un poco de todo, de energía geotermal, de derechos
Thank you.
humanos.
I think we're talking about everything, geothermal energy. We're talking about the extreme right and about how dangerous it is. This is usually voiced by the left.
Bien, yo voy a hablar de la estrategia en sentido militar.
When we look at the past of the left, then, well, first of all, it is not true that the Trump administration has in any way abandoned Europe or left it to its own devices. It has not cut off its commitments in terms of transatlantic ties. All members should uphold their commitments. They should contribute more in terms of their GDP to defense. My second point, I wanted to refer to what Prime Minister Orban said yesterday. Only the language of force is understood by Russians. Europe must be strong. What does that mean? We have to seek peace. Contrary to what we hear from Brussels, we need to avoid conflict in Europe, a conflict that can spill over. How can we do that? Only by ensuring strong transatlantic ties. On a final note, let me refer to the Draghi report. In that report, certain solutions are treated as a universal remedy. I don't know if Mr. Draghi can lecture us on these issues. Every EU member state should decide on their own, should have their own knowledge about this.
After 2 minutes, I switch off the microphones.
And we should all work for our competitiveness.
Ruslanas Baranovas from Latvia. Lithuania, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman.
First of all, congratulations to the Commission for delivering on many of its commitments and presenting ambitious proposals on defense, migration, agricultural policy, and competitiveness. We strongly support efforts to strengthen European defense and its industry, the proposals laid out in White Paper on defense, and the agreement on the SAFE regulation. But now, swift implementation is vital. Russia does not fear declarations, it respects only real capabilities. We must further increase EU and national defense spendings with targeted support for member states bordering Russia and Belarus. We must also invest more in Ukraine's defense industry and deepen EU-Ukraine defense cooperation. The people of Ukraine deserve a just and lasting peace. For increasing competitiveness, well-functioning and truly integrated single market, especially in services, is essential. We strongly support the Commission's effort to reduce bureaucracy, ensure clear rules, and unlock the full potential of European businesses. Let me also emphasize, enlargement is also an opportunity to increase our competitiveness and to keep us great, to quote Marshalka. We must move forward with a merit-based process with Ukraine, Moldova, and Western Balkans. Finally, multi-annual financial framework will be the true test on if we are serious. So we look forward to the Commission's ambitious proposal for our next MFF. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Marco Lombardo from Italy. Please.
Grazie Presidente, onorevoli colleghe e colleghi. In questi giorni abbiamo sentito molto parlare della priorità della Presidenza polacca sulla sicurezza, sicurezza non solo degli Stati, ma sicurezza dei cittadini europei. Siamo convinti che non c'è sicurezza e pace senza libertà e democrazia. Prima si citavano le varie sfide, le varie crisi che l'Unione Europea ha dovuto affrontare, quella pandemica, quella economica. Io penso che l'Europa stia attraversando una crisi di senso, una crisi di vocazione. I padri fondatori volevano un processo di integrazione europea che fosse un processo di pace. Oggi la più grande minaccia, la più grande sfida che l'Unione Europea deve affrontare è quella di difendere la nostra democrazia.
On peace, and now the EU needs to defend its democracy because our democratic processes are under attack, are under assault, not only directly at the front lines, but also through hybrid warfare. We deal with disinformation. Foreign interventions. Our colleagues from Moldova, Belarus, and Ukraine know what I'm talking about. All our systems are under attack, and we must be able to defend ourselves effectively. Together with Senator Kolenda, we were the first to sign the shield against foreign interventions. I know that other parliaments see the need for increasing efforts. We need to create a European, a pan-European shield that will defend both the member states and the candidates. Because if the election process...
Next speaker is Pierre-Alexandre Anglade from France.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Nous débattons beaucoup depuis ce matin de notre sécurité, de notre compétitivité, de notre industrie.
Competitiveness,
safety
and security industry, these are the priorities of vital importance. Hardly have we, however, raised the issue of climate. With regard to the strategic agenda, it's important to reiterate our climate ambitions. Climate is also a vital and strategic priority for the EU. Each and every one of the member states experiences firsthand climate change, the loss of biodiversity.
En commun des avancées majeures qui sont supprimées et les budgets de recherche sont
also, we reduce budgets for research and development in the relevant field. This would be a big mistake. In Nice, we have recently held a conference about seas and oceans. Europe should be at the helm of fighting for retaining biodiversity and for mobilizing the international community to strengthen our capacities and our commitments in terms of the protection of our forests, oceans, biodiversity in the spirit of the Paris Agreement. If in 2015 we manage to do so, maybe 10 years down the road.
The second voice from France go to Didier Marie from France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Sénat français a adopté un avis politique sur le programme de travail.
Mr. President, the Senate has adopted a political opinion on the strategic agenda. We welcome further support for Ukraine and earmarking funds for boosting our own security and defense and the defense sector. Let me present just a few conclusions. The simplification of European regulations, which piggybacks on the competitiveness compass and is also an outcome of the omnibus package. We have a whole directive on the simplification of further regulations. All of these provisions should take into account objectives of the protection of human rights, decarbonization, and climate protection. Second of all, we must fight all the risks that beset our democratic processes and electoral processes. Third of all, launching competitiveness or boosting our competitiveness translates into a bigger number of jobs and bridging gaps in income. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. The next speaker is Vicente Montalvez Aguillón from Spain, please.
Gracias, presidente. Señorías, no estamos ante una legislatura cualquiera. No son 5 años más.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These are strategic challenges. We're not talking about the next 5 years only. Either Europe will boost its competitiveness and independence, or it will fail. We need a strategic mindset. This means a common industrial policy, common defense, and common foreign policy. We cannot achieve this if we do not achieve this, then we will fail. About our future, we must take care of these issues together. Ukraine is fighting against aggression. We are struggling for the reliability of international law, human dignity, and human rights. We don't have to be a leader here, but we have to counteract such violations. We have to work towards protecting the climate, renewable energy sources, and restoring social balance. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in a standstill. We can't let that happen again. Either we walk together.
Thank you. Next speaker is Beata Jurek from Slovakia, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Tout d'abord, je souhaite remercier, moi aussi, nos amis polonais, non seulement pour leur hospitalité, mais surtout pour le courage et la force avec laquelle vous avez réussi à faire de la défense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank Poland for standing up for Ukraine, for helping our allies. In Slovakia, you're not just a good neighbor or a friend. You set an example.
J'ai employé le mot continuer. Mais j'ai en même temps envie
Our
de dire
presidency will follow the same path.
Ces stratégies, ces plans pour
Let
dans 10
me
ans,
call
ces
on you
agendas,
to
ces livres
stop
blancs,
all of
ces
these
promesses
strategies,
non tenues qui
10-year
restent uniquement sur le papier.
agendas, white
Nous devons
papers,
agir là,
unfulfilled
maintenant.
promises,
En matière de
which
défense et
are
de
only
commerce,
there on paper.
l'alarme a sonné.
This doesn't make sense.
Nous
We need to
commençons à nous
act here
réveiller
and
puisque
now
nous avons
in
compris
defense
que
and
l'Ukraine ne
in
peut plus
trade.
constituer notre
We are
bouclier
starting
pour
to
encore
wake
3
up.
ans.
We
Et que
are
Donald
we're
Trump,
starting
lui,
to
nous
understand
considère
that
plus comme
Ukraine
des
can't
concurrents que
act
des
as our
partenaires.
shield for the next 3
Mais
years.
qu'attendons-nous pour
Donald Trump
défendre
sees us as
nos
competitors
valeurs, nos
rather than
libertés de
partners.
l'intérieur?
We shouldn't be waiting. We need to protect our values, our freedoms, our democracies from within. We don't need Putin or Trump to tell us that in 2025 our citizens do not have the same quality of life. We don't have gender equality. We don't protect the rights of the LGBTQ community. These vulnerable groups are being discriminated against. Journalists are being silenced more and more frequently, while alternative media are disseminating a different truth. The civil society is exhausted, families are divided. We have Putinists, Trumpists, they are destroying us from within. Please, let us act now. We have too many unfulfilled promises.
Next speaker is Rebecca Lemoyne. I'm sorry for the pronunciation. From Sweden.
Thank you so much. The strategic agenda addresses many important topics, including Ukraine. The war in Ukraine has shown that environmental destruction is part of the war strategy by Russia. It is estimated that this environmental damage cost 55 billion euro. Russia must pay for these crimes and be held accountable. Ukraine has been urging criminalization of this large-scale environmental destruction, and therefore I think we should work together in order to complement the Rome Statute with this crime. One thing that I do miss from the strategic agenda is the connection between nature and resilience. Annually, Europe is losing 40 billion euros due to environmental disasters. But if we invest in nature, we will get 4 euros back for every euro invested in it. And therefore, we could also work with resilience when it comes to food and water resilience. And I think that we should bring these perspectives when we further on discuss the EU budget and the common agricultural policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Kristo Envaga from Estonia. Please.
Dear colleagues, our union must pursue two main strategic objectives: ensuring the security of our citizens from the south to the north and strengthening the competitiveness of European industry. As legislators, our focus should be cutting the red tape. In the field of defense, we urgently need a true military Schengen, a framework where military goods and capabilities can move seamlessly across the EU borders. Right now, we are investing heavily in infrastructure, railways, roads, bridges, but if our defense forces are delayed by days or even weeks on internal borders, then we have a serious problem. This is an issue that we can and must solve. Turning to industrial competitiveness, I'd like to highlight a best practice from Estonia. Estonian government has established the Council for Efficiency and Economic Growth. It brings together entrepreneurs who identify outdated or burdensome regulations and propose practical reforms. This model works, and we need to adopt a similar mindset across the Union, because let's be clear, we cannot regulate ourselves into becoming the most innovative continent in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ivan Račan from Croatia. Please.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, in a sense, discussion on quality of life, better jobs, cultural choices, or widening opportunities in Europe has taken a back seat to discussion on security, military building, rearming the continent. Such is the time we live in, and we must do the best we can, of course. However, please allow me to humbly say that it will not be a Europe to be proud of, certainly not a Europe to live happily in, if social opportunities are diminished and social injustice grows. And this is something that we must not forget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ina Košeru from Moldova.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, in this new
institutional cycle, it is of utmost importance to build a shared vision of a resilient and secure Europe, and retailored enlargement should be a part of this strategy. Moldova is prepared to be a part of this future. We have already aligned over 60% of our legislation with the EU acquis, but we need your support to open all clusters for negotiations by the end of 2025. This pace of reforms will help us enforce democratic institutions, which will be enabled to resist, but also better control the risks related to hybrid war. True resilience of Moldova is strongly connected to independence of energy sector. For us, joining the continental N2A network in March 2022 was a strategic decoupling from Russian energy dependence. This integration has reduced our vulnerability and strengthened our negotiating position regarding the Transnistrian region. We are building new interconnections with Romania in electricity, gas, and transport sectors, and we urge the EU to maintain political and financial support for this effort. With economic growth plan of 1.9 billion euro for 25-27, supported by EU, Moldova is unprecedentedly armed to continue democratic transformation and stand ready as a committed partner. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Next speaker is Mimosa Musa from Northern Macedonia. Please.
Honorable Chair, members of Parliament, it's a privilege to be here today to discuss the path forward for the European Union in this new institutional cycle. We are all looking closely at the European Commission's and the European Parliament's work programs and how they will bring the EU's strategic agenda to life. For North Macedonia, as a country committed to joining the European family, these plans are incredibly important. They show us the direction the EU is heading and how we can best align our own efforts to meet our shared goals. The EU's strategic agenda rightly sets out the big priorities: a strong and secure Europe, a green and digital future, a competitive economy, and a union that upholds its values like democracy and the rule of law. We in North Macedonia fully support these ambitions. When we look at the upcoming programs from the Commission and the Parliament, we hope to see these strategic priorities turned into concrete actions. For instance, when we talk about a strong and secure Europe, North Macedonia, as a NATO member, is already playing its part in regional security. We are eager to see how the EU's programs with further strengthen cooperation on defense and security, and we are ready to contribute where we can. On building a green and digital future, this is a challenge and opportunity for all of us, including candidate countries like North Macedonia, and we are working on our own green transition and digital transformation. And we look to the EU's programs for support, guidance, partnership in these huge tasks. We believe that our efforts here will help us integrate smoothly and contribute to the EU overall success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Ismail Emrah Karayel from Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, dear colleagues. For the years 2024 to 2029, the strategic agenda sets out a vision built on the three pillars: a free and democratic Europe, a strong and secure Europe, and a prosperous and competitive Europe. This agenda will serve as a foundation of aligning institutional priorities, guiding EU policies throughout the new cycle. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in an era marked by profound uncertainties, ongoing trade tensions, global crisis, and escalating conflicts that threatens peace and stability not only in our immediate region, but also across the world. In the face of these complex challenges, we believe that a strong, secure, prosperous, and competitive Europe is not possible without Turkey. Therefore, we need to develop and implement comprehensive, forward-looking policies across a broad range of areas, from migration to economy, security, energy, and climate change to enlargement, to preserve and deepen our existing cooperation and our expanding it into new strategic areas. The EU-Turkey relations must be revitalized The membership perspective, which remains a key pillar of our partnership, should be kept open and actively nurtured through the constructive dialogue and mutual commitments. And also, I would like to emphasize that we reject all delegations of our Greek colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Madame Olena Wintoniak from Ukraine. Please.
Dear colleagues, Ukraine continues its journey toward European integration, a path defined by shared values, resilience, and collective purpose. Today, Ukraine fights not only for its sovereignty, but for the principles this union is built on: democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. The EU's unwavering support, military, economic, and humanitarian, has been a lifeline. As we defend our land, we at the same time rebuild, reform, and align with the EU's strategic agenda, recognizing that Ukraine's future is linked to Europe's. The European Commission and Parliament work programs for this institutional cycle resonate deeply with our priorities. Security remains paramount. We commend the EU's strides towards strategic autonomy and bolstered defense capabilities. Ukraine's experience underscores the urgency of a united front against aggression, and we welcome invites enhancing interoperability and cyber security, and investment in our collective safety. The rule of law remains the bedrock of our integration. Despite the war, judicial reforms and anti-corruption measures continue. Yet, our aspirations extend beyond alignment. Ukraine's accession process is a transformative opportunity for the EU. It will expand the Union's economic and cultural horizons, exchange security, and reaffirm its global leadership. To conclude, the EU's strength lies in its unity. Ukraine stands ready to contribute to this union as a partner. Thank you.
Thank you for this clear statement. And the next speaker is Baroness Alison Sutty from United Kingdom.
Well, thank you very much. It's a real privilege to follow our Ukrainian speaker. I would like to start by thanking the Polish presidency for their excellent hospitality, not least yesterday evening, and congratulate them on their presidency. Since the general election in the United Kingdom last summer, we've been concentrating in the UK on a reset of UK-EU relations, and in particular, we have been concentrating on a reset of security and defence relations, energy, and youth mobility. I think it would be fair to say it's been a fairly traumatic few years since Brexit in 2016, and we've had no fewer than 6 prime ministers since that time. But I sincerely hope we can now move on to a period of positive and constructive UK relations with our EU partners and build coalitions of the willing based on a respectful and mature relationship. Just 2 final points, if I may. The first of all was to agree very much with the Marshal of the Sejm when he talked about the need for a Europe of values, a Europe that is connected to what people actually want to see in their everyday lives. And the final point is on the security point in Ukraine. I was having coffee in the coffee break with the Ukrainian delegation, and they reminded me yet again of the importance of developing our security relationship across the European continent. But it mustn't, colleagues, just be words. It has to be about delivery and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Arman Yegoyan from Armenia. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, since our last meeting in Budapest, very important development took place in the EU's eastern neighborhood. Both Armenia and Azerbaijan have declared that the negotiations on the draft peace treaty between 2 countries have been completed. The text is fully agreed upon, and Armenia has declared its readiness to sign it. Azerbaijan, however, links the signing of the treaty to 2 issues. The first issue is the dissolution of the OSCE Minsk group. To Armenia, it sounds reasonable, but at the same time, we want to be sure that Azerbaijan does not view the dissolution of the Minsk Group as a step towards transferring the conflict from the territory of Azerbaijan to the territory of Armenia. To dispel this concern, we propose to sign the peace treaty and the joint application to the OSCE on the dissolution of the Minsk Group structure simultaneously, on the same day and time. The next issue that Azerbaijan raises in this context is the claim that the constitution of Armenia contains territorial claims against Azerbaijan. We refute this claim and in turn see territorial claims against Armenia in the constitution of Azerbaijan. However, we do not raise this issue because the draft peace treaty contains the provisions that addresses this concern, stating that the two countries recognize each other's territorial integrity in line with the territory of the Soviet republics of Armenia and Azerbaijan respectively, as stated in the Almaty Declaration. So if we assume that Azerbaijan's position regarding our constitution is not a pretext but a sincere concern, the most effective way to dispel that concern is not to precondition its signing, but to sign it, after which the document will undergo a process of ratification in both countries. And if ratified, the treaty will acquire even a higher legal force than the Constitution itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before the last speaker, let me remind for those who are leaving that immediately after the conclusion of this session, we should move to the stairs of the Parliament for the family photo. So please take it into consideration. The faster we do it, the longer time will remain for lunch. But it's a small tradition that the last speaker comes from Iceland. So let me invite Madame Dilja Mist Einarsdottir to take the floor. Please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to commend the Commission's emphasis on competitiveness and the strengthening of the internal market with its compass. About time. As part of the internal market through the EEA agreement, it is important for Iceland that the internal market is strong and does not fall behind other markets. In that sense, the EU has been heading the wrong direction and must make a U-turn. The initial proposals that have been introduced show promise. They indicate a will, not merely in words, to correct policy decisions that have negatively affected Europe's status. Implementing these policies will be challenging, but I hope that the outcome of the legislative work results in strong action. On the topic of free trade versus protectionism, although Iceland is not part of EU trade agreements, it is important that the EU leads the way in campaigning free trade on the international level. EU citizens are of course familiar with the idea of a customs union, although they might not see it when criticizing the US ideology. Thank you, and now we will run to the photo.
Not yet. Thank you very much, because we finished the debate, but I will ask for any conclusions. Mr. Esteban González Pons, Vice President of the European Parliament. And please try to find the conclusions.
Thank you very much, President Grotnik. I don't want to delay lunch, so I'm going to be very brief. First, I insist, it's a pity not to have here the European Commission to hear everything what has been said and to answer to all of you. And let me remember that the Nobel Prize that the European Union has is not about economy and it is not about defense. It is the Peace Nobel Prize. And when we talk about our success, we have to talk as a first place about peace, because that is what the European Union is about. And peace means solidarity. Peace means to understand from the South how concerned are the northern or the eastern countries about Russia, and to understand from the north or the east how concerned are we in the South with the crisis about migration. I mean, solidarity means to understand each other and to talk together about concerns to all of us. We have lots of things in common And the European Parliament or the European institutions are not higher than the national parliaments, only have different competences. And to play right our role, we have to play our competence together and talking each other. That's the reason why these meetings are so important, and that's the reason why we should insist in these kind of meetings. We are building Europe, we are building peace, we are building solidarity, and we are building this defense together. We will continue defending Ukraine, but it is not the only issue on the table. We have to do lots of things together, and I insist in this word, together, because together we are Europe. Separate, we are nothing. Thank you very much, and enjoy the lunch.
Thank you very much, Esteban. Let me conclude briefly. We are thinking differently in different things, but altogether we are united. And the message from this session is that we should reinforce our external borders. We should solve our internal problems, but we should be strong. Maybe we should sometimes sacrifice a little part of our comfort because safety is more important. Without being strong, we can lose totally our comfort of living. Let me remind that at the beginning of Soviet Union, the idea of Lenin and the coalitions was to conquer all the Europe. And the Battle of Warsaw, one of the most important battles in the history, modern history of Europe, stopped the Russian invasion because they were clear. They wanted to conquer Germany, France, and the others. And right now, it's not the same situation, but we are stronger, we are united, and our solidarity is strong despite little differences. If we stay united, if our solidarity will be stable and untouchable, we will prevail. Thank you. And now please go to the stairs, going on the left for a family photo. And the lunch will be offered in the gardens of the Senate of my institution. But don't worry, despite the weather, there will be some tents, so everything is prepared. First photo, then for lunch. Indicators and our people will help you to go there.
Głosujemy o 16:30. Tak, tak. Tylko żebyśmy miały na podział tych po prostu. I w środku są instrukcje dodatkowe. Dobra. A dziewczyny mają dodatkowe instrukcje? Nie, to im tylko zostawmy. Tutaj też po prostu.
Na sali plenarnej w Sejmie.
Please slowly trying to move towards the plenary room because we should start soon or even now. Dzwonicie tymi dzwonkami, czy?
Właśnie dzwoni.
Co to?
Właśnie dzwoni w tym momencie.
Ale to te takie muzyczki, a walcie normalnie dzwonek, to już jest czas. Nie?
Pani marszałku, może zaczynać.
Nie, zadzwońcie, żeby
Dobra, już dzwonię.
towarzystwo objadło. Dobra, możecie wyłączyć.
Będzie pytali tam, wiesz, panowie pytali.
Well, hello. We should start because following this session there is a meeting of chairmen of the commissions, quite important event. So let me start and switch into Polish. Szanowni Państwo, drodzy goście, koleżanki i koledzy, przechodzimy do sesji trzeciej pod tytułem Nowe wieloletnie ramy finansowe Unii Europejskiej,
new multi-annual
spojrzenie
financial
na
framework,
wyzwania
a
Unii
review
Europejskiej.
of
W lutym tego
the EU
roku Komisja
challenges.
Europejska opublikowała komunikat zatytułowany
February this year, the European Commission published a communique, a road to another multi-annual financial framework. launching the formal development process of the next long-term budget of the European Union for 2028-2034. The multi-annual financial framework is not only a technical budgetary planning tool, but also the cornerstone of the Union's strategic objectives. Our voice, the voice of parliamentarians, should be taken into consideration. We live at a very volatile time. We are faced with another year of a full-scale conflict in Ukraine, deepening climate change. All of this puts a pressure on the migration movement, which Europe experiences more and more increasingly. We see the need for a digital transformation and see increasing threats to our safety and security. Amidst all this, we carry out negotiations with candidate states and should be aware of the cohesion policy. Another challenge is the financing of the common agricultural policy. The European Union needs to tackle the problem of lowering reduced competitiveness also in light of the green transformation. We need to strengthen the pan-European market and boost our innovation and digitization systems. If we are to be more competitive, the new multi-annual financial framework needs to be simpler and more flexible. At this point, I would like to tell you that the following have accepted an invitation to take the floor. Adam Szłapka, Minister for European Affairs of the Republic of Poland, Paweł Karbownik, Undersecretary of State in the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Poland, and Sven Simon, Chairman of the Constitutional Commission of the European Parliament. First, the first speaker will be Minister Adam Szłapka, Minister for Union Affairs. Minister, please take the floor. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to meet you again in this critical debate. We know that the multi-annual financial framework, the topic, is of extreme importance for the future of the European Union. We spoke about accountability and responsibility, and this is no doubt, this topic no doubt tallies with that. The debate about the MFF is going to be one of the most critical in the decade to come, especially that the decisions are adopted by unanimous vote by the leaders. The scale of the challenges facing us is bigger than ever before. In this difficult time, we need a budget for the EU to meet the current and prospective challenges, a budget that will secure stability, safety, and to all the member states. And these should be the priorities of our discussion. The changes in the external environment will be better addressed if we remain unanimous in the budgetary discussion. We can not only look at financial flows, we should look at the whole integration process, especially the common European market, which we all benefit from. In mid-July, the European Commission is going to roll out the draft budget of the EU. The Polish presidency did not wait for these proposals. We wished to give the member states and the regions the chance to have their voice heard and to impact the draft of the budget, and that's why the Polish presidency planned a series of events to structure the debate, a conference on the budget linked with an informal meeting of ministers for union affairs, and a conference on the common agricultural policy and the cohesion policy. The future of the EU has a great importance for the Polish presidency. Our unfettered growth is an unquestionable achievement of the EU. Poland is a great example of absorbing EU money, which translated into an exponential growth of our economy. And this is also reflected in the growth of the entire economy of the EU. Our main objective was to ensure that the key role of the region is also reflected in the draft budget proposed by the European Commission. Regions should be at the center of the cohesion policy because it is the local communities that know best what to spend their money on. The chair of the European Commission at the conference in May stressed the role of the regions in the future architecture of cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, as I have already indicated, security, the priority of our presidency, means also food security and food sovereignty. We must remember the role of the common agricultural policy and the two-pillar approach. We also need to make an agreement on how to finance CAP. We also need to draft changes to the decision on own resources. The EU has brought stability and prosperity to European citizens. We now are on the cusp of a debate which will need to have a strong Europe in its center. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie ministrze.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I now hand over to Paweł Karbownik, Under-Secretary of State at the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Poland. Mr. Minister, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and thank you. Owing to the presence of our guests, maybe I should speak English, if you don't mind, if you don't have anything against that.
Everything has been raised already by Minister Schwabka, so actually it's difficult to add anything to that. But coming from the Ministry of Finance, maybe let me say a few words on the size of the budget and the pressing needs that the Minister has elaborated upon. And we all know that following the pandemics, following the war in Ukraine, the Russian aggression, and the need to strengthen European defense, eastern borders, but also other borders, we need to obviously be able to protect European borders. There is a need of further financing, and the problem we are facing in Europe is that the size of the budget is fit for 1990s. The current EU budget is certainly not fit for the future. And if we add to the fact that we are repaying partly from the budget the RRF, in practice, we are talking about a budget which is at the level of around 1%, that is effectively shrinking. And this, in political terms, means that we are talking about regress in European integration. So if we are serious about the challenges that we are all facing, from migration crisis through wars, through climate crisis, and we are. And if we know that these crises cannot be managed by national states to the extent that national states have obviously also some limitations, and we need common solutions, and we need common public goods like security if we want to have air defense that is effective in Europe and that protects Europeans from the invader. It's not only one country that should provide that. It's a European public good. If we will have big armies in the eastern part of Europe, this is a public good. We are going to protect all Europeans. So that's why I believe that this discussion on public goods at the European level is the discussion that we need to continue, because we do not have as economists, we do not have a proper definition of what is a public good for Europeans. We speak about defense, we speak about climate crisis, but what it means in practice. So what part of this public good of security, of defending us from climate crisis and other crises, should be financed via the European channels? What part of these should be financed by private funds? Because obviously when we are, for example, talking about innovation and competitiveness of European economy, it's not the public money that should be supplied only. We should mobilize private funding, knowing that 300 billion of euros is flowing outside of Europe annually from our pension funds to be invested elsewhere. So I think that, I've started my work 21 years ago in the European Parliament in Brussels, and I'm very much worried that the discussions we had back then and discussions that were in a totally different geopolitical reality and political reality are not matched with deeds. And we are still talking about 1% of a budget, which in practical terms, I don't want to sound undiplomatic, but is a joke. If we are thinking about seriously tackling migration crisis, if we are talking about seriously tackling threats from Russia, if we are talking about seriously tackling climate crisis, are we talking about 1% of the EU budget, which is mostly devoted to our farmers, which they need to sustain their competitiveness on the European and global market? So we cannot be talking about reducing EU funds for farmers. It's absurd, let's be honest. We cannot be talking about reducing funds for our regions, which basically provide the cohesion of our societies. We need to start discussing about a serious European budget. And I know that the proposals from the Commission will not match these objectives because there is obviously not enough political will to increase the EU budget. But I believe that if we focus at least on defining what are these public goods are that we would like to finance from the EU sources, and if we could establish that, for example, common border, common defense shield against threats, and common response to migration, to the climate crisis is something that should be tackled at the European level because it concerns all Europeans, I think we could move on a little bit further in this discussion that, to my mind, is not progressing fast enough. So I wanted to sound optimistic, but I think that the challenges that we are all facing in our national states, within our societies and externally are such that the times of pleasant words and beautiful declarations is over, because either we tackle this crisis together or somebody else will do it for us. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie ministrze.
Thank you so much, Minister. The last speaker will be Sven Simon, Chairman of the Constitutional Affairs Commission of the European Parliament.
Honourable members, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a critical juncture. The European Union faces a combination of long-term structural challenges and acute geopolitical tensions, from the technological disruption to the war on our borders and the prospect of enlargement. The decisions we take about our future financial framework will fundamentally shape the Union's ability to act. On 7 May, the European Parliament set out its priorities for the next MFF. It reaffirmed forcefully, what I am sure is shared also by the majority of you colleagues and your chambers, that the next MFF must be ambitious, flexible, simplified, and transparent. And let me draw your attention to some of the important aspects of those priorities. First of all, the amount of funding and own resources. The next MFF needs greater resources than the current period and exceeding the current self-imposed limit of 1% of the EU's gross national income. The Union's increased spending requirements demand genuine new own resources beyond current agreements, and in view of the need for sustainable repayment of the next generation EU debt, which will be due from 2028 onwards. And Undersecretary Karbovnik, I really would like to beg you, and I could not, agree more with you when you said that the time of beautiful declarations and Sunday speeches is over. The Europeans have to wake up. We have common interests. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Europeans have been 20% of the world population. Today, we are less than 7% of the world population. In 2050, we'll be less than 5% of the world population. So if we want to have a voice in the world, if we want to protect our values, our identity of directly enforceable fundamental rights in front of a court against our states, also in front of a European court, even if it's not the court of the European Union, but the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, if we want to defend our standards when we speak about environment, climate, workers' rights, then we have to define common goods, and of course we have to have a budget for that. Second, the structure of the MFF. And when I come to this point, it becomes very clear how regrettable and unacceptable, Vice President Esteban González Pons said it already, it is that the European Commission is absent. Unbelievable. 27 members. And not a single one is able to listen to what parliaments of the European Union, of the member states, and the European Parliament has to say in this very, timely debate. The Commission's vision of one national plan per member state, modeled on the Recovery and Resilience Facility, is from our perspective unsuitable as the foundation for shared management spending. Any new design must preserve the European Parliament's legislative, budgetary, and discharge authority roles. Regional and local authorities, along with stakeholders, must also be closely involved in implementation. The Commission's proposal for a competitiveness fund, which would merge several existing programs, is inadequate from our point of view as well. Instead, a new targeted fund designed to leverage private and public investments through EU-backed de-risking mechanisms should be envisaged. Increased funding for research and defense spending is necessary. Third, accountability. Taxpayers want to have a certainty that their effort is put to the best possible use, and for this, it is essential to have a strong role for the European Parliament during and after the legislative process that ensures parliamentary accountability, oversight, control, and a strong, effective anti-fraud architecture. Colleagues, the European Parliament is deeply concerned that the Commission, maybe that is the reason why they are not present, has repeatedly proposed to use off-budget instruments, in particular under Article 122 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, recently for the purpose of introduction of the SAFE regulation, which sidesteps, and that is important for you, colleagues, not only the European Parliament's role as co-legislator and undermines the transparency as well as accountability of public spending, but also the influence of national parliaments. I don't know, colleagues, whether everybody is aware of that in national parliaments. It started with this huge budget of 700, 800 billion euros of the Next Generation EU program. The European Parliament was totally sidelined, and national parliaments could say once yes or no. So it limits your rights when the European Commission is making those proposals on the basis of Article 122, as you only can say yes or no, and you do not have the individual budgetary policies to decide, which you usually, as the, king discipline of parliaments when we speak about the budget. So parliamentary involvement, we cannot shift away from parliamentary involvement in the European Union. It cannot go on like this. That's very clear. Fourth, transparency and EU values. Respecting union values and fundamental rights remain mandatory for accessing EU funds. Stronger safeguards are needed against fund misuse, fraud, and rule of law violations. In addition to the well-known problems with corruption and the misappropriation of EU funds in some member states, it is very important that the regulation here is applied in a strict manner. It is also highly deplorable that, according to the findings of the European Court of Auditors, EU funding granted by the Commission to non-governmental organizations suffers from a lack of transparency. Therefore, the European Parliament calls on the Commission to apply during the next MFF strict control, oversight and transparency instruments while granting EU funds in order to uphold the duty of neutrality. Colleagues, the debate on the post-2027 MFF is not simply a technical matter. It is a political opportunity to reset our ambitions, to align our finances with our values, and to strengthen the democratic legitimacy of the European Union through national parliaments and the European Parliament. The European Parliament remains ready for constructive collaboration with Council and Commission and with the national parliaments on a future long-term budget meeting the Union's needs. We embrace our treaty-based institutional responsibilities. Only a budget truly equipped for our changing world will receive approval in Parliament. If we succeed to agree on an ambitious, flexible, simple and transparent next long-term EU budget, we'll not only equip the European Union to meet its challenges, but we'll also show our citizens that Europe can lead, can protect, and can deliver. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Panie Przewodniczący, bardzo dziękuję za to ciekawe przemówienie. Szanowni Państwo, przechodzimy do debaty.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to the debate. Just like in the previous session, we have created a list of speakers on the basis of your requests for the floor. Please take the floor from the seat allocated to you. Please use the button to turn on the microphone. We have 33 requests for the floor. That means the time limit is 1.5 minutes. Please keep to the time limit to make sure that all those willing have the opportunity to take the floor. If anyone exceeds their time limit by 20 seconds, I will shut down their microphone. An acoustic signal will let you know that your time is up. The first person to take the floor is Mr. Vincent Blondel of Belgium.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La situation géopolitique actuelle impose à l'Union européenne et à ses États membres une
The
profonde
current
remise en
geopolitical
question de leurs
situation
priorités,
imposes
en
on the
particulier en
European
matière de
Union and
sécurité
member
et
states a
de
review
défense,
of its
y compris,
priorities,
bien sûr,
especially in
dans son
terms of
cadre financier
defense and
pluriannuel.
security.
Il apparaît indispensable
This also
d'augmenter les
applies
investissements
to
dans la
the
défense et la
MFF.
sécurité.
It seems necessary
Le
to
futur cadre
increase defense
financier
and
devrait
security
satisfaire un certain nombre de
spending.
contraintes que
The future
j'énumère, garantir des
MFF
financements
should
stables et prévisibles pour soutenir
meet
l'Ukraine.
certain conditions,
Deuxièmement,
ensure
consolider des
predictable
instruments
financing
tels
for
que le Fonds
Ukraine,
européen de
and
la
should
défense.
also consolidate
Et
such
troisièmement aussi, bien
instruments
sûr,
as
investir
the
dans
European
nos
Defence
infrastructures
Fund
stratégiques
and
tout en
should
s'assurant
ensure
d'un
investments
traitement
in strategic
équitable
infrastructure.
entre les pays
It should at
dans
the
leur
same time
développement
guarantee
d'industrie de
a level
Enfin, le
playing
cadre
field
financier
for
devrait
member
également être
states in terms of the development of their
permettre à l'Union européenne
defense
de répondre aux
industry.
situations de
The
crise,
financial
qu'il s'agisse
framework
de
should
conflits
be
armés,
flexible
mais
so
aussi
that
de
the
crises
EU and
climats,
member states can
d'énergie
react
et de la
to
situation
emergencies such
sanitaire.
as conflicts,
Nous avons donc besoin d'un cadre financier
climate
ambitieux,
crises,
capable non
and
seulement de
others.
faire face à
We need
l'instabilité mondiale,
ambitious
mais aussi de relever les défis sociaux et environnementaux.
to face the uncertainty across the globe, and that can help us tackle climate-related challenges. You can use mathematics to calculate anything, so I wish you success.
Next speaker is Madam Rasa Budbergyte from Lithuania.
Dear colleagues,
EU faces a wide range of complex challenges. Therefore, next to the traditional treaty-based goals, the next MFF should be also addresses new challenges. Continuity of finding for the objectives of traditional policies, namely the cohesion policy and the common agricultural policy and other key objectives like fighting climate change is important. However, above all these, the next MFF should also secure funding for new priorities such as support for Ukraine, the EU's security and defense and military mobility. Also, protecting the EU's external borders with Belarus and Russia, as these borders are increasingly targeted by hybrid attacks and migration flows. As to the EU budget, we should admit that its current size is too small to achieve common goals and to respond to new challenges. Lithuania would be open to discuss the possibility of increasing its size. Finally, a few words on the revenue side. Lithuania is of opinion that increased budget could be financed through a combination of existing with increased gross national income contributions and new own resources. Let me underline that it's a high time to find solutions. We should not rush, but find well-balanced new own resources package. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker is Mihai Cotet from Romania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stimați colegi, salutăm abordarea ambițioasă a președinției poloneze și apreciem eforturile concrete depuse, în special prin adoptarea busolei pentru competitivitate și a pachetului Omnibus. Aceasta reprezintă pași importanți pentru
the omnibus package and the competitiveness compass. We would like the European Union to be stronger and more united. In terms of the MFF for the upcoming period, they should ensure adaptability. In terms of the common agricultural policy and cohesion policies, these are the most important policies that ensure stability in EU member states. It is very important for these policies to receive adequate funding. Let me also mention structural investments supporting the green transition and cyber resilience. Coming back to the common agricultural policy, we would like to maintain the CAP based on two pillars. In terms of resilience, we need a systemic approach to the defense capabilities of the European Union. It should be funded from both the pan-European budget and national budgets. Romania supports the Republic of Moldova. The costs of these actions must be evaluated in the long term. Thank you.
Next speaker is Edward Zamit-Lewis from Malta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The aim to simplify regulations and streamline access to financing is welcome. Coming from a small country, Malta, where there are several, the majority are micro and small and medium enterprises, it is a struggle for our businesses with limited resources to access EU funding due to complex applications and a labyrinth of rules. I believe that four principles should be respected by MFF. One, no one-size-fits-all approach, so one has to regard specificities like economic niches, size. Second is flexibility, long-term planning, but versus a rapid response, such as to climate disasters, pandemic, and conflicts, unfortunately. Third is balance between investments in key areas, such as security and to reduce our dependencies on third party, and social cohesion, which is of paramount importance, and repayment of the next generation debt, which amounts to around 20% of our EU budget. The last principle is fairness and transparency. That is, how much is we pay, and I believe that the budget, I agree with the Undersecretary, should be bigger, but who is to pay the largest sum and on what objective criteria? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Jean-François Rapin from France.
Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi de vous faire 3 observations. Tout d'abord, le contexte actuel nous impose d'augmenter les
Mr. President,
dépenses en faveur de
Mr.
la
Chairman, this conflict begs for more funds for defense and innovation. However, the new MFF cannot abandon CAP and the common fisheries policy. We need to retain our food security and sovereignty. The cohesion policy is a major tool of the European Union for the development of our territories, especially overseas ones. On the one hand, we have expenditure. On the other hand, we need to repay our debt. We need to find sources of financing. Trying to use our own resources. In many member states, the finances are already, some of the member states are already in dire states financially. Very often they do not have their own resources. I'd like to refer to the budget architecture in our Senate. We do not oppose national plans that implementation should condition access to such funds. We have regional partnerships for such investments, and we are for the devaluation of budgetary policy. The next MFF should be better adjusted to the potential enlargement.
Merci beaucoup. Next speaker is Katrien van Riet from Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable colleagues, the upcoming MFF represents a turning point for the European Union. Expanding into new policy areas such as defense, competitiveness, and crisis response requires a reflection on how these ambitions will be financed. It's not enough to shift priorities. We must do so without compromising the effectiveness of the policies that have historically underpinned European solidarity and integration. I would like to express my strong support for a more flexible, crisis-preventive and responsive budgetary framework, one that can adapt to geopolitical tensions and a growing demand for technological and strategic autonomy. Instruments such as the European Defence Fund, the European Competitiveness Fund, and the EU Solidarity Fund have an interesting potential. However, any new financial commitments should be balanced with reforms of our traditional budget lines, particularly those concerning agriculture and cohesion. Let me underline that investing in new priorities does not contradict cohesion. On the contrary, well-targeted investments can enhance territorial, economic, and social cohesion, provided that we maintain a clear focus on strategic alignment with EU objectives. As we embark on shaping the next MFF, let us do so with a vision that is ambitious yet realistic, innovative and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next voice goes to Ionel Ovidiu Bogdan from Romania. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Stimați colegi, în primul rând, profit de această ocazie pentru a mulțumi colegilor polonezi pentru primirea pe care mi-au făcut-o aici, la Varsovia,
First of all, I would like to take the opportunity for your hospitality here in Warsaw on the occasion of this conference. Although in February, when we initiated the reflection on the future multi-annual budget, the European Union pointed to competitiveness as a key area. We believe that the MFF should also take into account
Politicile europene de succes, politica de coeziune, politica agricolă
Regional
comună,
and
politica
territorial
de
differences
vecinătate și procesul de
to
extindere a Uniunii
strengthen
Europene
cohesion
trebuie
across
să rămână
Europe.
pilonii fundamentali ai proiectului
Neighborhood
european.
policy must
Noile
also
provocări legate de migrație,
form one of the
controlul
most
frontierelor,
important elements of the
terorism,
European
apărarea și
project.
securitatea trebuie să primească un răspuns adecvat în următorul
We have other challenges,
cadru,
migration
în
and border
următorul
protection.
buget
These
multianual.
must be
Însă,
adequately
nu în
addressed in the
detrimentul
upcoming
politicilor
budget
tradiționale,
in
politica de
the
coeziune și
next
politica
MFF.
agricolă
But we cannot
comună.
forget
Asigurarea
the traditional
competitivității
policies, the
Uniunii Europene
CAP
este
and
extrem
the
de importantă
cohesion
și, prin urmare,
policy.
este binevenit
It is
accentul pe
key to
care
ensure
Comisia
the
Europeană
competitiveness of the
intenționează
European
să-l pună
Union.
în
Therefore,
viitorul
we
buget
welcome
multianual pe investițiile în
the
dezvoltarea
fact that the
capitalului
European
uman.
Commission
Apărarea și
intends to
securitatea
focus
sunt
on these
importante
areas,
întrucât
that is,
asigură
it wishes
siguranța
to invest in
cetățenilor
human
noștri.
capital.
Din acest motiv, trebuie să se acorde
Moving on to
o mai
defense
mare,
and
un mai
security,
mare
these are of
spațiu
equal
apărării
importance
și
because they
securității
protect
în
our
cadrul
citizens.
viitorului buget multianual al
should,
Comisiei Europene. Vă mulțumesc.
Provide more funds for security and defense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Jan Ferenczak ze Slovakia.
Drahí kolegovia, žijeme v čase veľkých víziev, čelíme vojnám.
Dear colleagues, we live in times of great visions. We encounter great challenges. We encounter political instability and the climate crisis. It is obvious that the new MFF is more than a budget. It shapes the future of the European Union. Our financial decisions will make Europe strong or weak. Our financial decisions should reflect our values: solidarity, responsibility, social responsibility. Europe must work for everyone, not just for the precious few. That is what cohesion policy is about. I think it lies at the heart of the European Union. It's not charitable work, it's investing in our future. Without the cohesion policy, many regions would lag behind, which would tear Europe apart from the inside. Europe is about solidarity to me. It's about solidarity and cooperation. The cohesion policy is more important than ever to us. It is the backbone of our future, the cornerstone of our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Anton Hofreiter from Germany. Please.
Vielen Dank. Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, wir erwarten von der
Thank you very
Europäischen
much,
Union, dass sie
Mr.
ständig
Chair,
mehr
dear
leistet.
colleagues. We
Sie sagen auf der einen Seite
expect
vollkommen zu Recht die Sicherheit
that the European
Europas
Union
des
will keep
europäischen
giving us
Kontinents
more.
auch gegenüber Russland,
On the one hand, that is a
Staaten
justified
gewährleisten im
expectation.
militärischen Bereich.
We want to be protected against Russia, the new approach of the United States, protecting borders on the one hand, boosting competitiveness on the other side. But we don't want any cuts in agriculture or the cohesion policy at the same time. National governments are incapable of providing higher contributions. We don't want to increase own resources. We were talking about euro bonds for defense. This will not work. This is a contradiction in itself. Therefore, we should be clear about one thing. We are dealing with great global challenges. And if we, on top of that, add more tasks for the European Union, we need to provide more funds to the European Union. But we need to take clear decisions about own resources, about European defense bonds, how we should treat the cohesion policy and cohesion funds, and we need to outline future contribution. We need to be frank to one another.
Next speaker is Madam Jelena Miloš from Croatia.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, we all agree, and we have agreed many times today, that strengthening our defense capabilities is necessary. But we must also not forget that social policy stands as a founding pillar of the European project and is just as vital to our citizens' safety as is defense. In this time of high inflation, growing and deepening inequality has become one of the greatest threats to our shared security. And I think that the EU budget should reflect that reality as well. That means defense spending cannot come at the expense of social investment. That means that we need to protect our citizens not only with weapons, but also with affordable housing, with quality healthcare, with education, and with opportunity. We urgently need a dedicated EU fund for affordable housing, with the money going directly to cities and to local communities, because the cities know the needs of the citizens and they can move quickly if we let them and if we enable direct funding to the cities, especially for social and for climate programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Floor goes to Francisco José Conde López from Spain, please.
Muchas gracias. Estamos hablando de uno de los temas más importantes.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. We are talking about one of the major topics for the future of the European Union, and we discuss these things not really knowing whether the European Commission reviews the implementation of structural funds. We do not know whether we learn, we draw any lessons from the EU Generation Next, and whether the European Commission will be self-critical. We are talking about transparency in Spain. The Parliament has no data on the actual level of expenditure. The funds have been centralized, and apart from the competences of other administrations, in Spain we have no data on how efficient the disbursing of the funds is. That's why we need more transparency and assurance that we might get to know the disbursement of these funds, the implementation of these funds, the absorption of these funds, and how we can actually deal with some major issues like social issues, the cohesion policy, the common agricultural policy. We do hope that in future debates the EU Commission would like to listen to national parliaments too. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Peeter Tali from Estonia.
Tänan, härra eesistuja. Euroopa Liidu ühise eelarve rahastatavad poliitikavaldkonnad peavad toetama liikmesriikide ühiseid huve ja looma
the budget has to support the shared interests of the entire European Union and add value to all Europeans as much as possible. The White Book on the European budget, it has several gaps. We have to do away with them, and we have to implement the defense policy recommendations. For that, the European budget has to focus more than ever on defense spending, on the development of external borders and connectivity. Also, we need to continue our support to Ukraine. Now, in the agricultural policy, it's important to harmonize the support allocated to different countries. And it is reasonable to find a solution that would avoid a major fall in subsidies. We find that all countries have to increase their defense spending. Estonia is contributing 5.4% of the GDP, and it's not because to have Donald Trump like us, but we do it for ourselves. It's important to Estonia because we have an external border with Russia, and it's important also for the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Szymon Szynkowski-Welsenk from Poland. Please.
Dziękuję, panie marszałku. Szanowni państwo, część z państwa
Ladies and gentlemen, some of you call for a larger EU budget. 10 years ago, that was what I thought as well. But a lot has changed over the years. It turned out that the EU institutions have done a lot to make sure that a lot of citizens lost trust in them. I think that the budget should not be larger, but it should be more just. The EU should be fairer. It doesn't have to take on more tasks. It has to implement the ones that have been entrusted to them by the EU member states under the treaties more effectively. Today, the Marshal of the Sejm, Szymon Hołownia, gave his opening speech. He comes from the ruling coalition. I am from the opposition. Our political opinions differ. However, I also believe that the EU should come back to its roots. It should move away from bureaucracy and move closer to the citizens. I think this opinion is prevalent also in other countries. We don't like giving our money to a trust fund and let it take control over our money and dictate to the stakeholders how they should behave. We don't do it. We don't like doing that. We need a strong Europe, but not strong institutions, but strong by listening to its citizens.
Next speaker is Christian Friesbach from Denmark.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our Polish hosts for strong leadership and warm hospitality. We face substantial challenges and we need tough decisions on the EU budget. We must agree on a modern budget that allows us to invest in security, defense, the green transition, and to prepare us for enlargement. We do no longer object to common debt, but any loan facility must be strictly focused on these strategic investments. And to ensure this, we must also look critically on the funding of agriculture and cohesion. We must build a strong capital union so that private investors in Europe find it attractive to invest in Europe, and develop innovative financial mechanisms to de-risk and leverage public funding with private and corporate investments. In a time of crisis, we must use our EU financial muscles as focused and firm as possible, and also insist on respect for the rule of law before budget disbursements. We look forward to work with all of you and shape a strong new budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next one is Barbara Hegedus from Hungary.
Köszönöm szépen, tisztelt kollégák!
Thank you very much, honorable colleagues. In terms to the last discussions about the MFF, it is our message that we must maintain our decision-making role as EU leaders. As we've heard during the Hungarian presidency in Budapest, we must maintain the priorities we adopted. The cohesion policy should be a priority. It should not be connected to other programs. We are adamantly opposed to the restructuring of the cohesion policy based on the initial political requirements. Concerning security, an autonomous two-pillar CAP should be maintained. That is our position with the right support framework. It is important for the financial framework to reflect the enlargement policy goals. The potential accession of Ukraine is a large challenge for the EU budget. It is a bigger challenge than the accession of all the Baltic states. The next MFF should adopt the assumption that Ukraine will not become a member until the next financial cycle. I would also like to signal one more issue. We are opposed to forcing our country to make payments on the loans we have been forced to take. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Daniel Freund from European Parliament.
Dear colleagues, we cannot ask ever more from the European Union, but then not decide to also back that up with the necessary budget. If the debate that we had this morning on security, if we mean that, And if we think that in order to improve our citizen security, it doesn't just need thoughts and prayers or Sunday speeches, well, then we have to dedicate that budget. And if we make those decisions, well, there are two possibilities. Either we take from somewhere else, but many of us also say, well, we want to continue to support our farmers. We want to continue to support our regions that still need support. So if we're not willing to cut anywhere, well, making new investments needs a bigger budget. I think that is also more efficient. Spending 27 times on many of the things that we do. Why are we paying for 28, actually, embassies, including the EU one, in places like Beijing or Washington? Why can we not have one counselor section, at least for that, issuing birth certificates or things like that? We could have one office instead of 28. Same on defense. We don't need 28 or 27 different jeeps or frigates or something. Why can we not agree on one and do that well? It's cheaper for everyone. And I also want to say on the own resources. If none of our member states are willing to contribute more to the EU budget, then let's agree on own resources for the EU, because otherwise with the repayment of Next Gen EU, there's giant budget cuts coming our way, and I think none of us wants that.
Thank you. So the next is Mikko Polvinen from Finland.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja, Euroopan komissiolta nyt heinäkuussa odotettava ehdotus EU:n vuoden 2027
we expect in July from the European Commission the new MFF, where we also have to genuinely take new strategic decisions, and we have to concentrate now on what is important, supporting Ukraine and also reaching peace everywhere. It is about security, defense and cooperation. I come from Finland, from the province of Kainuu. We have approximately 70,000 inhabitants and we have nearly 2,000 kilometers of joint border with Russia. And these regions are really the front line towards east, also mentally and not only physically. And these critical areas have to be also populated and they also have to be defended. We have the LUMI, the most efficient supercomputer in the European Union. Also, the next one will be placed in our region. This is also an example on that the opportunities for living have to be offered also in these bordering areas, and they also can take responsibility for the development of Europe. So EU funding must be flexible, it must be simple, it has to be proper for its time. And we also have to be able to have more accessibility. We have to have more scalability in order to be able to also promote the well-being of citizens also in the bordering areas of the European Union. Therefore, I encourage you, my colleagues, to support my ideas coming from the northern part of Europe, also to go towards the secure Europe.
Thank you. Next speaker is Eileen Lynch from Ireland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, I would like to firstly take this opportunity to thank our Polish colleagues for hosting us and to congratulate them on their presidency. As we look ahead to the next multi-annual financial framework and its implications for key EU policies, I wish to support the Irish position in relation to the Common Agricultural Policy. As I believe we can all agree, CAP remains a fundamental part of the European project. It supports family farms, sustains rural communities and provides a stable supply of high-quality food. It is also a key tool for delivering on climate and environmental goals. Maintaining a strong, effective CAP is not just a sectoral issue, it's a strategic priority. Our farmers want to play their part in meeting climate targets and ensuring sustainability, but that transition must be supported. We want to see a CAP that is better targeted, more results-focused, but also fair. One that recognises the pressures faced by smaller and medium-sized farms across member states and looks at the issue of generational renewal. However, it is important that specific climate funding would not be provided from the CAP budget and that we would see an increase in the amount of ring-fenced CAP funding. This MFF is an opportunity to support balanced development across the Union. We believe that CAP and cohesion policy should be seen as complementary, not competing. Both are essential to maintaining economic and social stability and delivering on the EU's long-term objectives. A well-functioning CAP, backed by adequate funding, remains vital to our shared success. And it is vital that we continue to advocate for fair allocation that reflects our agricultural profile and supports the broader sustainability agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, the voice goes to Martin.
Tack, herr ordförande. Diskussioner om långtidsbudgeten inleddes i under våren.
In reference to the budget, we've already had this discussion at the Swedish Parliament. It has been stated that we should adopt the same budgetary lines. The Swedish taxpayers and the European taxpayers should not be burdened with additional costs. Weak finances cannot drive up higher expenditure at the EU level. We need to cope with future challenges. We have a sufficient number of those across Europe.
Finansieringen av dessa åtgärder måste dock lösas
Funds for Ukraine need to be maintained. We need to uphold our support. We need to use new funds and new contributions. Will not exhaust all the possibilities we have. It is important to resolve the competitiveness problem. Simplification of the regulations will pave the way for that. Here the omnibus package will be very important.
Next speaker is Franz Fayot from Luxembourg.
Dear Chair, I share the conclusions of Under-Secretary Karbovnik and also of MEP Sven Simon that the time for Sunday speeches is definitely over. There is a clear and gaping gap between the ambitions and the funding that we are discussing about for our ambitions. It is, by the way, the same message that Mario Draghi delivered earlier this year when we discussed this in Brussels. He said, and he was very clear, he said, we have to do something. We cannot do nothing, be it in terms of own funding, deepening the capital markets union, or other things. But if we want to save our union and its values, let alone deepen them, we need to do something. I think this starts first by getting our priorities right. Competitiveness is important, yes, but it is not worth very much in a degraded environment and at the cost of workers' rights and the weakest in our societies. So we have to stop thinking that watering down the Green Deal or the human rights due diligence or other texts that we have worked hard on in the past legislature is a good idea, even in the short run, not even to mention the long term. Second, the common European goods should be funded together and should not be left to the budgets of the member states, because we know where the first cuts happen when priorities need to be set. It is almost always in development cooperation and also in social budgets, and I definitely don't think that this is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, please, José María Sánchez García from Spain.
Sí, muchas gracias. Indudablemente, el marco financiero plurianual es muy importante porque es muy complicado
Thank you
tomar
very
decisiones de
much.
naturaleza
The
política incluso en
MFF
materia económica sin
is
presupuesto.
of great
No hace falta
importance. We must take political decisions
Pero lo que no puede suponer un presupuesto
on the basis
en
of
este
an
caso
adequate
de la Unión
budget.
Europea es que
However,
con
in
él
this
se
case,
actúe en
the
materias
EU budget
sobre las que la Unión Europea no tiene competencia. Porque esto es contrario al artículo
cannot
4.1
allow
del
for
Tratado de la Unión
actions
Europea, el
in
principio de
areas which are
atribución de
beyond
competencia, o
the
conferring.
competencies of the European
Esto es lo que ha
Union.
sucedido con los fondos Next EU Next Generation EU, exactamente.
This happened in the case of Next
Por
Generation
eso, la
EU
prueba de
and
que
its
no tenía
adoption.
competencia
That's
en la
where
Unión
it
Europea es que
happened.
la decisión aprobatoria de los mismos fue
This
realizada
stands
por
proof
todos
this
y
was
cada uno de los
beyond the
Estados miembros.
prerogatives of the European Union.
Por cierto, comparto la
Such actions must be
observación de
analysed
falta
by
de
each and every
transparencia
EU
en
member
España en
state.
cuanto a su ejecución y la falta de verdadera rendición de cuentas
I
por parte del
agree
gobierno
with
español.
the comments on the
Además, se han
lack of
utilizado, al menos en
transparency
España,
in these
más para
budgets. We
estimular
see this
la
also in
oferta,
Spain.
más para estimular, la demanda
In
que la
Spain, it
oferta,
was
que era para lo que
often the
estaban
case
construidos. Y algo parecido puede
that
suceder
we
con un plan como el
tried
llamado Plan de
to
Rearme en
stimulate
materia de defensa.
demand,
Es decir, la
not
Unión Europea no
supply.
tiene competencias en materia de defensa. Entonces, por una vía presupuestaria diciendo que esto, como he dicho antes, irradiará a todas las economías, la inversión en defensa, pues entonces se llega a la conclusión de que tiene competencia. No la tiene. No la tiene. Por último, y concluyo, no se puede ignorar que la Unión Europea no tiene recursos propios a pesar de ello. No cuenta nada más que con la contribución de los Estados miembros y el endeudamiento que luego repercute en los Estados miembros para, a su vez, prestarles a ellos cuando se han endeudado previamente en los mercados. Y por lo tanto, debe tener conciencia.
As a result, we must.
I'm sorry, but 20 seconds passed. So the next speaker is Dimchev from Bulgaria.
Благодаря, господин председател. Chair, in a time of increased geopolitical uncertainty, external risks to the whole European civilization, such as migration, climate change, rising power, clear goals are needed. Therefore, predictability is necessary. The European Union should not sacrifice cohesion policy in favor of rearm Europe. Yes, we're in a time of war, but the victory cannot be achieved with weapons. Let's not forget that the economic power makes others dream to join the club of the rich. However, it looks that the club of the rich increases its membership fee while reducing value and service offered. The club will shut its doors, reconsider to keep the cohesion policy and the foundation of the European Union, and this club will grow richer and bigger. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Christiana Erotokritou from Cyprus. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, defense is a priority in the MFF, and quite rightly so, because being witnesses to Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine for the past 3 years, it only makes a statement of the Vice President of the European Parliament, Mr. Pons, a few minutes ago, before us, ring so much true. Therefore, defense is and should be a priority in the MFF, and also the statement by the Vice President to the extent that we should reinforce our external borders as a European Union. And Cyprus, the country that I come from, is the southeasternmost external border of the European Union. And we are facing a massive migration problem, and on top of that, we are also occupied by Turkey. 37% of our land is occupied by this external aggressor. So we understand more than ever, along with our Ukrainian friends, how important defense is, because we, both Northern and Southern Europe, face challenges by aggressors on our borders. Second point that I would like to make, Mr. President, is that we cannot talk about the MFF without taking into account the challenges outlined in the Draghi report. We have to be able to keep up the pace on the innovation and technology investment that the European Union needs, and via that investment, we will be able to keep our brightest and the best within the European Union. And that is the only way to go forward and provide the future for the Europeans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael Murphy from Ireland.
Thank you, Chair. Can I begin by first of all thanking the Polish presidency for their wonderful hospitality since we arrived into the great city of Warsaw. Indeed, we just had the most amazing lunch, I do believe, however, that we cannot take the food or the people that produce it for granted. More than 40% of EU farmers are over the age of 65. Less than 5% are under the age of 35. A strong cap in this context of the next multi-annual financial framework is crucial for this sector in terms of its competitiveness, its resilience and its competitiveness. Agriculture and food production must remain a key strategic priority for the European Union. We need a CAP that's more straightforward for farmers, a CAP that's more flexible and responsive, a CAP that achieves an appropriate balance between all elements of sustainability, and crucially and most importantly, an adequate budget for an effective CAP, which has a dedicated and sufficient budget, which retains the current measures in Pillars 1 and Pillars 2. Chair, the best way to encourage a new generation of farmers is to look after the current generation of farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next voice goes to Madame Elena Morelli from Italy.
Grazie Presidente, onorevoli colleghi e colleghi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that it's necessary to increase the total budgetary outlays after exceeding 1% of the GDP. We need to rethink the stability criteria and other topics, especially the cohesion policy. It shouldn't be reduced. On the contrary, it should be strengthened, beefed up. We believe that it's important to focus on the local and the principle that wherever we deal with a structural deficit, all these communities, local communities, should be able to develop and should count on diversified support. One other thing, cohesion policy, resources have to be stable, adequate, direct payments to farmers. So this was CAP, this was Common Agricultural Policy, and financial flows. This should be another priority of the next MFF, the defense of external borders and the support of countries most at risk. I think one of the priorities should be the Matea instrument approved by the Italian Parliament. I'm sorry, but we cannot agree with some of the words that have been said by some speakers. For example, the Speaker of Polish Parliament. Young Europe is not a way out. Is not a way out of solving world conflicts, but it addresses the mistakes from the Maastricht Treaty. We cannot perpetuate the mistaken choices we made in the past. We need to increase.
I'm terribly sorry, but the next speaker is waiting, so there will be a Zoe Rapti from Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. We are very pleased with these ambitious proposals of an ambitious and flexible budget, but we need to implement it in a suitable way. No region that wishes to development can be left behind. The cohesion policy, the common agricultural policy are the cornerstone of the survival of our rural areas and our social cohesion. We must pay attention to any attempts at centralization. We insist on looking for new sources of revenue which respect specific conditions. We need modern models that are being discussed at the moment. Moving on to defense, it is indispensable to increase spending on this goal. We need to protect our borders. We need to ensure collective procurement which will be conducive to our economy, to our climate, and to our defense and security. We are dealing with natural disasters which show us that we need flexibility in using, for example, loans, extra funds in the case of needs. We insist on an open procedure of roundtables and open consultations so that we can discuss the best solutions. The outcomes should be
The next
to everyone.
one is Markus Töns from Germany.
Ganz herzlichen Dank dafür, dass wir heute diese Diskussion führen können, gerade auch an die Ratspräsidentschaft Polen.
Thank you for this discussion that we have today. I thank the Polish presidency as well. I think that Denmark will follow up on this debate under its presidency. This debate has been ongoing for 2 years now. Let me point out 2 issues that scare me. I have heard from some countries that certain policies and EU approaches are believed to be very important in the MFF, but we need a holistic view. We have more tasks on our plate. We need to have a zero-emission industry. We need to develop the CAP. We want to achieve climate neutrality, and we can't do that without extra revenues to the budget, without cutting spending on some areas. Otherwise, this will be an impossible task. We don't want to give more money, but we want to fund everything. We have to engage intensely with our governments, our parliaments, and the European Parliament in the discussion on own resources. Without them, it will not be possible to finance the whole MFF in the shape that we want it to assume. We need to be we need to exhibit solidarity everywhere.
Maria Wieninger from Austria.
Danke, Herr Vorsitzender, werte Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Im österreichischen Parlament haben die Gespräche über
Thank you, Mr. Chair, dear colleagues. At the moment, at the Austrian Parliament, we are discussing the upcoming MFF. We are just embarking on that discussion. We are still waiting on the final proposal of the Commission, but a strong EU needs sufficient funding to fund all of our challenges. We also need budgetary discipline. We need own resources. We need revenues from the ETS system. This is a very promising option. We also need to increase the levies on trading with third countries. We are ready to provide you with the information on the structure of our expenditure, but we also need funds to regional development. This is very important to us. We do not agree to any reductions here. We need a strong social Europe. In order to provide the social rights, to eradicate poverty, and to provide adequate housing, we need to take these measures.
The next one is Jan Berki from Czech Republic. Please.
Vážené kolegyně, vážení kolegové, dnes se bavíme o výzvách. Bavíme se o tom, kam směřovat naše společné peníze. Často se tu zmiňuje obrana, bezpečnost, podpora regionů. K tomu mi dovolte jenom jednu poznámku, že ten rozvoj regionů je často třeba řešit přeshraničně. Dovolte mi ale, abych vypíchnul 2 aspekty, o kterých jsme dnes moc nediskutovali. První zmiňoval pan místopředseda Evropského parlamentu dokonce jako první prioritu, to je vzdělání. Lidé s nadhledem a zkušeností odvěnu lépe rozvíjí své kritické myšlení. Informační válka je úspěšná totiž především tam, kdy někdo naslouchá nekriticky. Sdílejme a podporujme dobrou praxi. Podporujme a dále rozvíjejme jeden z nejúspěšnějších programů Erasmus. A za druhé, investujme do výzkumu a inovací, které nám pomohou právě nacházet na řešení výzev, které jsou před námi. Naplňujme pátou svobodu, jak o ní
solve problems that lie ahead of us. This is something, freedom is also something.
Thank you. Next one is Maury Laurent from France.
Chers collègues, si le dernier budget pluriannuel de l'Union européenne a permis de relancer notre économie, il nous faut reconnaître que l'enchaînement des crises a poussé le cadre financier
our
pluriannuel
last
à ses limites.
MFF
Le
helped
CFP d'une trop grande rigidité
to
et d'une
put
excessive
our economy on
complexité.
track, back on track, but it was too stringent and too complicated. That's why we need to react to the challenges of the future, call for more in-depth analysis and reform of the MFF. The new MFF needs to respond to the challenges of our prosperity and sovereignty. 750 billion euro of additional investment, plus 50 billion additional money on the R&D in the defense sector without private capital. This will never be achieved. We need to have a capital union that attracts private money and private equity. Now, we do agree with the Commission that the MFF must include the logic of tasks and outcomes. We need to also retain the cap budget, as indicated by the European Parliament on the 7th of May. We need to find new sources of funding, of income. We talk, or try to talk, with the Commissioner for Budget. We do encourage taking out loans for investment in the defense sector and increasing our competitiveness. We need to do it in the spirit of European solidarity.
The next speaker is Ivana Klimpush-Tsindzadze from Ukraine. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Really, the MFF is more than a budget. This is a reflection of Europe's values and collective vision. So we believe that it should become the budgetary instrument of a reform decade. And we see that in this new cycle, there is a clear commitment to resilience, innovation, and solidarity. However, we also understand that the challenges do persist, and the EU must navigate growing geopolitical instability, energy security, demographic shifts, technological competition, all while maintaining internal cohesion and trust. We understand that a Russian threat on the top of all of this as a geopolitical challenge for the European Union also presents a real serious concern for the next MFF. So we believe that you will find the necessary solutions to become more sustainable, more competitive, more strategically autonomous, and capable of defending yourselves. But we also believe that in this respect, the enlargement becomes a serious strategic interest and necessity, both for the EU and for the countries that are aspiring to get the European Union membership. So the MFF has to be flexible and inclusive enough to support both existing and future members in meeting common goals. For Ukraine, accession to the EU is a matter of historical destiny. We welcome the inclusion of targeted funding to support candidate countries and strengthen institutional capacity. But we also hope that you will find a possibility to include another instrument similar to Ukraine facility in order to help Ukraine to recover and reconstruct and restore from this terrible war that we are going through. Thank you.
Thank you, Ina. Not Ina. Thank you, Ivana. Next speaker is Ina Kosheru from Moldova.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, economic growth plan of 1.9 billion euro for 25-27 supported by EU for Moldova will support reforms in building democratic institutions, rule of law, and support green economic development. And this huge European effort needs to be properly communicated in parliamentary campaign to the Moldovan citizens. But as we find ourselves at a crucial moment of retailoring our European security, and Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has reminded us that peace and stability can never be taken for granted, it is crucial to continue firmly build European defense capacities and strongly support Ukraine, which protects the peace in Moldova and on the whole European continent. For our country, the EU budget is an anchor of security and democratic development. We call for Moldova's inclusion in dedicated financing mechanisms to implement and finalize key cross-border infrastructure projects and expand Moldova's energy storage capacities. We urge to include enlargement as a part of the budget on a merit-based approach with funds for European democracy resilience to help fight against disinformation and secure democratic voting processes with independent media and civil society. A resilient Moldova contributes to a safer Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next speaker is Ismail Emrah Karayel from Turkey.
Honorable chairs, distinguished members of parliaments, as you all know, MFF is not just a budget, it's also a reflection of EU's vision and values. We are discussing the EU's MFF at a time when our continent is facing multiple and simultaneous challenges. Today, security concerns and geopolitical instabilities, the green and digital transitions, a challenging economic and social environment, a competitiveness gap, worsening climate and biodiversity conditions, and pressurize on the rule of law and democratic values are forcing Europe to reshape its priorities. Realities and challenges require a more flexible, responsive and coherent MFF with respect to both internal priorities and external responsibilities. The EU should adopt its new financial framework to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow, and not leave out the needs of any member state or candidate country. We believe that stronger, fairer, and more flexible new MFF will allow the Union to act with unity, resilience, and ambition. As a candidate country, we emphasize the importance of inclusive cooperation in establishing a financial framework that is oriented towards changing needs and the future. National parliaments, as well as the European Parliament, should play a central role in shaping and monitoring the MFF. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is Milan Radin from Serbia, please.
Thank you, Honorable Marshal of the Senate. I have to start by seconding what our colleagues from Ukraine and Moldova said. It would have been nice to see at least part of the flexibility in this multinational financial framework for the enlargement. Alas, we fully understand the challenges and complexities which Europe faces today, and especially with this budget. However, I fully understand that countries who are in the accession process don't have a right to vote on this budget, but I also implore you to understand that countries of the Western Balkans, although are not voting and are not direct beneficiaries of this budget, are however closely linked to it. EU supply chains are our supply chains. We are part of that. EU resource strategies, we are also part of that. EU infrastructure strategies, we are part of that. And especially we are part of EU security and migration strategies. When I say part, I have to underline that we are willing partners in that. So it would have been nice to be able to plan our own budgets accordingly so that we can complement EU budget, so that we can complement the way in which Europe plans to go and to grow. And it is my fervent hope that for the next EU MFF, we would at least at some way, shape or form have a say at least in these small parts. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next voice goes to Mr. Özgür Erdem İncesu from Turkey.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Turkey's accession to the European Union represents a strategic opportunity not only for our country, but also for Europe itself. With its dynamic economy, young and skilled workforce, and strong industrial infrastructure, Turkey can offer fresh momentum to the European market and make a great contribution to its defense. Our geographic position makes us a key partner in energy security, trade corridors, and regional stability. Turkey is not just a neighbor, it's a bridge between regions and stabilizing force across multiple spheres. In this context, the modernization of the customs union agreement has become technical necessity and political imperative. It will help smoother trade, reduce disputes, and align our economies more closely to the benefit of both sides. In parallel, we emphasize the importance of EU financial support and pre-accession funds. These instruments will empower local administrations, civil society, and sustainable development, all critical elements for democratic and economic alignment with the EU. As CHP, we strongly believe in the European values of democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. We are carefully following the judicial proceedings concerning Istanbul Metropolitan Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu and other elected mayors who have faced detention. Fair trials and independent judiciary are not only domestic concerns, they are essential indicators of our readiness for EU membership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker in this session is Mr. Andreas Arthur Spannering from Austria. Please.
Danke, Herr Vorsitzender, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren. Wir haben heute viel gehört, was die Europäische Union.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard so much today about what the European Union is to finance and that we need more, and even more money. But we have not really heard what the EU has already financed and what it bears no responsibility for. We may say that there is this foreign word. We have the Court of Auditors, and I believe that just like in other countries, the EU has no problem on the income part, but on the expenditure part. Very often, our policy was, no matter how much this costs, we should proceed with it. And that's why we are faced with financial issues. We are in dire straits, and this is at the cost of the future generations, of our young people. That's why we have numerous problems that might be solved only at the pan-European level, for instance, migration. However, we have heard about this for some 2 decades, and what we lack is not faith, definitely.
Into Polish. Zakończyliśmy wystąpienia w debacie. Dziękuję bardzo wszystkim za opinie i pytania. Teraz czas na odpowiedzi i podsumowania wygłoszone przez naszych głównych mówców. Ponieważ jesteśmy z lekkim opóźnieniem, proszę o dyscyplinę czasową. W pierwszej kolejności proszę o zabranie głosu pana Adama Szłapkę, ministra do spraw Unii Europejskiej. Bardzo proszę.
Panie Przewodniczący, Panie Marszałku, Szanowni Państwo, myślę, że była bardzo ważna i potrzebna dyskusja, która będzie miała znaczący wkład w
think this discussion will be a significant contribution to the debate on the MFF. I believe we all sense that the upcoming negotiations will be tough. That's what we heard from this room. What we have in common, however, is that we all want a more competitive, a more efficiently managed and a more responsible Europe.
Kierunek, który także my w czasie polskiej prezydencji obraliśmy.
The Polish presidency has also taken this direction, the direction of simplification, of deregulation, to make sure we are more competitive as Europe. I believe this is the right direction, and I hope it will be maintained. What is most important is that I believe we all feel that apart from what was very important for the single market and its functioning, from which we all benefit, that is the cohesion policy, must be maintained at a very high level. We all feel that our food security is dependent on how well the CAP is structured. we must maintain it on a high level as well. But we are facing security and defense challenges. Thank you for the discussion. We are waiting for the proposal of the European Commission. The discussions of which were conducted during the Polish presidency, during different conferences, and this conference are a significant contribution to this debate. Ahead of us, we have tough negotiations, but as the European Union, eventually we always arrive at a compromise, and that is what I wish to all of us. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Pan wiceminister Karbownik z Ministerstwa Finansów poinformował, że musiał
Thank you so much. We've been advised by the Undersecretary of State in the Ministry of Finance, Paweł Karbownik, that he had to leave our session for different reasons. So now the floor will be taken by Sven Simon, Chairman of the Constitutional Committee of the European Parliament.
Yes, thank you, President. Colleagues, I think I also can keep it brief. First, it is true, and many speakers said it, that we cannot always ask more from the European Union to do and then not back that up with the budget. That I think is very clear. Infrastructure, AI, research, defense, border control. Secondly, it is not true, colleague, what you said, that we, in a way, waste money or we would always spend more money if we, in a way, it's like with the term sovereignty. When we transfer competencies to the European level, that doesn't mean that the member states lose sovereign rights. We pool our sovereignty to enhance the capability to act of the Europeans. And if we would have a common budget for the defense industry, for example, and if we would have a common defense industry not only funded, but having a real defense industry, that wouldn't mean that we would produce weapons by far more efficient. In the moment, we have, 128 main weapon systems. The Americans have 28. And that leads to a situation that we are so wasting taxpayers' money, so inefficient. If we would have common defense systems, we wouldn't have to buy 80% of our weapons from the US. That is why Donald Trump is so happy that we enhance our budgets in the defense sector, because he knows that we buy 80% of our weapons in the US, because we are so ineffective with 27 different fragmented markets. Finally, we really must reduce the dominance of intergovernmental bargaining. This commission sometimes gives me the impression that they are the secretariat of the Council, and this is not acceptable. We must uphold parliamentarism in Europe, and the budget, to decide over the budget, is our privilege and our right, which we must defend together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me present my impression briefly. I will not repeat what was already said, but in coming years we'll decide, and there will be many factors, but MFF will be one of the key factors which will decide whether Europe will remain the key player on the world political and economic market, or whether we will remain the nice peninsula somewhere in the north of the world with beautiful historic monuments and nothing more. And it's our responsibility to construct the MFF for the incoming years to fulfill the expectations of our citizens and to remain the important player on the world economic market. Thank you. So the last kitchen communication. Za kilka minut w tej sali rozpocznie się spotkanie przewodniczących delegacji, w czasie którego będziemy uzgadniać brzmienie projektu dwóch dokumentów, uwag i konkluzji COSAC. Bardzo proszę przewodniczących delegacji o pozostanie na sali. Wszystkich pozostałych Państwa serdecznie zapraszam na przerwę w obradach i wieczorny obiad, który rozpocznie się o godzinie 20. Przed wejściem do budynku czekają na Państwa autobusy, które zawiozą Państwa do hotelu. Godziny odjazdów autobusów z hoteli na kolację znajdą Państwo w programie. Dziękuję bardzo za tak liczny udział i interesującą dyskusję i wytrwałość. I teraz poproszę przewodniczących delegacji, aby pozostali tu na sali. Pani przewodnicząca Pomaska będzie prowadziła
Madam Chairman Pomaska is going to officiate at the next session. Thank you.